Okay. The forest.
We've been waiting for you, Warden.
I sense something drawing near.
What? Oh. Oh my god, it's Balin's supporters. They naturally are more militant than Hermit supporters. Hi, Loner. Hi, Von Falkenstein. Hello, Pika. Hello, Arcano. Hello, Robostal.
It's either you or me, and it isn't going to be me. You had it coming.
You know, that's a good question. Do you think this is a well-thought-out encounter? Or do you think this is a random encounter? Because those are both possibilities here. If it's a well-thought-out encounter, then these people were so livid that we killed their future king. They abandoned their lives, homes, and castes just to come up here and kill us.
Here we go.
It's a random encounter, then nobody thought about it.
Let's make this quick, shall we?
Good evening, Darkrai. And hello, Yura. I hope you're doing well.
As you wish.
Oh, I do, Arcano. She talks a lot. Hey, Mr. Red. I hope you're doing well today. Hello, Valerian. Hope you're doing well, too. Oh, that's actually not Liliana Arcano. That's us. I tried to be merciful. That's Liliana. And she does say that a lot. Oh, man. So that's actually a really good point to bring up, Loner. I don't have an answer off the top of my head. I'm going to be honest about that. But, oh no, I don't have a sore throat. I just feel like I'm dying. Ironically, I'm probably doing better than the previous 3 days. But I feel worse, because that's how that works. Speaking of which, I don't want to gross out anybody, but there is a reasonable chance that I will have to periodically go up and go to the bathroom and then come back. So, FYI. But anyways, yeah, I'm in the recovery phase, which for some reason always sucks. Like, worse than being sick. I mean, it actually makes perfect sense if you think about the biology of what being sick and recovering from sick actually means. But it's still frustrating, right? Anyways. So, if we're assuming this is well thought out, then what probably happened is they already have plenty of connections with surfacer dwarves and people who are willing to fight on the said surface in order to do it. If it's not well thought out, then they probably didn't think it out. I'll just stream from the bathroom. Periodically mute myself, you know. Where's my Lyrian potions? There we go. Let's replace that. Good morning, Eternus. Okay. That random encounter out of the way. I do have an audio spam negative, do I not? I do not. Audio spam. Hang on. I'll let you talk in a minute. So, as we talked about during the Dalish intro, the Dalish elves have absolutely no problems murdering people by virtue of roaming near their camp. Please remember that the Dalish are itinerant, or itinerant. Oh God, I can't think how to pronounce that stupid word. They roam, right? So they don't have a camp location. It just moves periodically. Think about those two facts next to each other for a second. Nomadic, there we go. It's still not what I was looking for, but that works. And so just, you know, that's the Dalish elves in one sentence right there. Or I guess two sentences. It's okay. I was actually specifically looking for the Dalish.
I find that hard to believe. What business could we Dalish possibly have with a group like yours?
Well, I'm here to sell you some actual goddamn clothing.
A Grey Warden? How do I know you're telling the truth?
How many people wander around pretending to be Grey Wardens?
No, that's true. Perhaps I shall let the Keeper decide for himself. In the camp, I suggest you keep your hands to yourself, and remember that our arrows are still trained on you.
Lady.
Follow me.
I'm two mages, a dwarf, berserker, and a golem.
I see we have guests.
Hello, Tuvok.
Lovely. It's a whole colony.
Who are these strangers, Mithra? I have precious little patience and less time to spend on outsiders today.
This one claims to be a Grey Warden and wishes to speak with the clan. I thought it best to leave the decision to you.
That was wise of you. Masirinus, Mithra, you may return to your post.
Manuvinen, Keeper.
Now, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zathrian, the keeper of this clan, its guide and preserver of our ancient lore. And you are?
You know, this may sound strange. I'm sad there's only 3 Star Trek actors in this. We should have more, right? We need to get more Star Trek actors in video games. Because a lot of them are good voice actors. I mean, if you heard Robert Picardo as a voice actor, he does some legit stuff. Anyways, my name is Loretta. It is a pleasure to meet you.
Manners. From a Shemlin.
Oh my god.
Interesting. What might be your mission here? Have you come to spread news of the Blight? I had already sensed the corruption spreading in the south. The existence of the Blight is not news to me. I would have taken the clan north by now, had we the ability to move. Sadly, as you can see, we do not. I imagine you are here regarding the treaty we signed centuries ago. Unfortunately, we may not be able to live up to the promise we made. This will require some explanation. Please, follow me.
Hang on, I think Mr. Red's having a stroke.
The Brazilian forest 1 month ago, as is our custom when we enter this part of Ferelden. We are always wary of the dangers in the forest, but we did not expect the werewolves would be lying in wait for us. They ambushed us, and though we drove the beasts back, much damage was done. Many of our warriors lie dying as we speak. Even with all our magic and healing skill, we will eventually be forced to slay our brethren to prevent them from becoming beasts. The Blight's evil must be stopped. But we are in no position to uphold our obligations. I am truly sorry.
Right. So let me explain to you how this works. I ask you for help. You say piss off. I say, okay, what can I do to help you so you can help me? And then I help you, and then you help me. That's not even a video game thing. That's just a real life thing. Like, if I walk up to Mr. Ed and I'm like, hey, buddy, help me make highlight reels. And he's like, but I can't. I'm like, okay, well, what if I win the lottery? It's always the first step. And then I help you out and get you set up. And then will you help me do highlight reels? And he'll be like, yeah, sure. Like, that actually is a real concept. Sorry. Just, come on, dude. Now, we understand why this guy doesn't actually want our help here. Spoilers. But still. I am almost tempted to go with the werewolves this once. I've done it before, just for the hell of it. It's not as evil as some of the options. As I mentioned, most of these boil down to good versus evil options with regards to whose support you get. I don't know. We can debate it as we go. So, is there no way to actually help your people?
The affliction is a curse that runs rampant in their blood. bringing great agony and then ultimately either death or a transformation into something monstrous. The only thing that could help them must come from the source of the curse itself. And that would be no trivial task to retrieve.
I happen to be really good at that kind of thing.
Within the Brazilian forest dwells a great wolf. We call him Witherfang. It was within him that the curse originated, and through his blood that it has been spread. If he is killed and his heart brought to me, perhaps I could destroy the curse. But this task has proven too dangerous for us. I sent some hunters into the forest a week ago, but they have not returned. I cannot risk any more of my clan.
So I will say, and this is, I can't remember, someone in chat just said something here. It's Arcano. While we get a surprisingly decent look at several aspects of the culture of this world, as in, like, we see a decent example of the Templars, we see a decent example of the Circle, you know, the politicians we encounter aren't terrible, for the most part, blah, blah, blah. We do encounter these Dalish, and while these are not exactly what I would call evil people, based on several of the other Dalish, wow, my voice is just dying, what the hell? Based on several other Dalish we see in future games, these are on the lower end of the scale, you know what I mean? So, I'll find your damn wolf.
I must warn you that more than werewolves lurk in the Brazilian forest. It has a history full of carnage and murder, you see. Where there is so much death, the veil separating the spirit realm from our own becomes thin, allowing spirits to possess things, living or dead. But if you can indeed help, then I wish you luck.
Cool. Couple questions, if you don't mind.
Make them quick, if you please. I have much to do here. My apprentice Lanaya or Sayrel, the clan's storyteller, could provide you with answers just as easily.
Yeah, I'm doing my best Steve Blum impression here. Where do I find Witherfang exactly?
Watch for the white wolves. They are his eyes and ears in the forest.
Right, what about this? Like, surely you could tell me something about this curse.
There is not much to say. It stemmed originally from Witherfang, but now any werewolf may infect someone with it.
Right. How'd the curse start?
That is a long tale I do not have time to tell. Ask Sayrel about it if you wish.
Right. So every werewolf, everywhere, stems from Witherfang.
No. The ones from this forest, however, do.
Okay, cool. Can I get infected?
It is possible, but not guaranteed. The only way to protect against the curse is not to be bitten.
Right. How do you know if you've been infected?
You will know within a matter of days. You will begin to sweat and vomit, and most tellingly, your temper will become wild and uncontrollable.
I'll kill you for saying... Oh, sorry.
Seek out Witherfang even more swiftly. Your mission at that point will be rather personal.
Yeah, exactly, Arcana.
Go on, then. I must return to caring for my people. Creator's speed on your way.
We need to decide what species we're going to be in Inquisition, because we're actually going to have an option on that.
I don't understand. These elves look the same as any other flesh creature. What is the difference?
You know, I'm kind of with you on that.
Hello?
Why are you cringing? Speak up!
That is, we.
Look. I'm not a monster, okay? I know I look like one, because I've got one right there, and technically one right there, and technically one right there. But look, it's fine. I'm the non-monster. I'm just a blood mage. Shoot.
Of course. I'm very sorry. It's just that we don't get many visitors. Like you, I mean. Of your kind.
Of my kind?
I didn't mean it like that. Can we start over? I am Kamen, a hunter apprentice. Though I wish I could become a real hunter.
So why can't you?
shouldn't be talking about this to an outsider. You wouldn't understand.
You're an idiot.
I suppose there's no harm in it. It's not like you can help me. I've been an apprentice for too long. To become a true hunter, I must bring back the pelt of a beast I killed myself. A boar or a wolf or something. I wanted to hunt in the forest, but we're forbidden to enter because of the attack. But the real problem is Gaina.
So, what you're saying is you've got girl problems.
She's my heart's desire. I have asked for her hand, but she cruelly refuses it. She will not bond with an apprentice, she says, and calls me a child. I am no child. If I was a hunter, I could prove it, but I cannot hunt, and Gaina will never bond with me. I feel so helpless. I shouldn't have brought it up. Just leave me to my misery.
You know, I should go. Oh, I didn't pick up the quest.
What do you want now? You think I haven't thought about this? There's nothing I can do.
I'll go talk to Gaina for you.
I suppose you could, but what good would that do? The situation hasn't changed.
If I have to explain to you how talking can help resolve situations, then you really do need to go get your head checked. Like, maybe the whole child thing is something that hasn't actually been overblown. I'm just saying. Like, I know you got a bow on your back, but I'm gonna go talk to her.
Really? I'm willing to try anything.
Talking shouldn't be in the category of anything. I'm just saying. It probably should have been step 1.
Siranas. Oh, ma Siranas. I will pray to the goddess of love that you are successful.
Okay, look. Hey, you.
Andaran Atishan, outsider.
Hi. You're Gaina, correct?
You spoke to him? What did he say?
Well, he said that you refused to give him your hand.
Oh. I don't expect an outsider to understand our ways, but I just can't bond with Kamen. He's been a hunter apprentice for over 2 years now, and he's yet to slay a proper beast. Each time he's tried, something has gone wrong. Perhaps the creators do not wish us to bond. I cannot bond with an apprentice hunter, can I?
No, I don't. I guess you couldn't.
He will get over it in time. It hurts me to see him like this, but just tell Kamen I am sorry.
Oh, damn it. I was trying to seduce her. Oh, well. How do I seduce her? I turn to the GM. I wish to seduce his one true love. Oh, jeez. I gotta sit up now so I can bow properly. You killed me, Duralis. You killed me. Oh, thank you, Duralis. Always appreciate those subs. Oh. If you want to put that towards up to 3 things, because you don't have to put it towards just 1, please let me know. Okay, fine. I guess we can't seduce her. I don't know what you're talking about, Pika. Also, spoilers, but still. Fine.
Atishan, you spoke to him? What did he say? Perhaps the creators do not wish us to bond. I cannot bond with an apprentice hunter, can I?
I cannot put into words how stupid you are.
But what if he never becomes a proper hunter? What will become of our family?
I'm sorry. Why does everything depend on him being successful?
You are right. As a woman, I must ensure that he believes in himself.
That's
All
not...
I've done is make him miserable.
No, that's not...
I know I cannot be like you, both woman and Grey Warden.
But...
But I can be formidable in my own small way, can't I? Masiranas, thank you. You have helped me put this into perspective. I will go and speak to Kamen. Kamen, I have been a fool.
Gaina? What do you mean? Have you changed your mind?
I have. The outsider has helped me to see that I was wrong. I have made you miserable, and I should not have.
But what about my hunt?
I don't care about that. I know you will pass your hunt in time, and we will be happy. Us and our children.
Thank you, Gaina. You've made me a happy man.
Boy.
I feel blessed by the gods today.
Happy boy. Very PG kiss.
We are both very grateful for the part you've played in bringing us together.
How marvelous you are. I am so happy.
Here, take this. It's been in my family for a very long time, but I hope it plays some part in your battle against the Darkspawn. It's the very least we could do.
Well, I found a dumb elf lady. You want her, Yura? I'm gonna be real with you. She's not a catch. We need to empty our inventory. Holy crap. She's kind of cute. You're just saying that because you can see her navel.
Mounts, food, nighttime companions for half-blind hunters.
Gross. It's fine, Blade to Vault, it's fine, it's fine. There is... God, I'm half blind. Okay, now I'm all blind. There he is.
What are you doing? You've warped the wood completely. Did you leave it out in the rain?
No, Master Verathorn. I think I just used too much heat.
You're not smelting ore like a Durgenlin. This is living wood. It requires patience and delicate hands, not more heat.
Elves and their wood shaping. It's unnatural. Why use wood when you got perfectly good metal and stone?
Spoken like a true child of the stone, my friend.
Who you calling a child, old man?
My actions bring me sorrow, Master Verathorn.
And so they should. Truly the art will be lost to us forever at this rate. Throw away your dead wood and start anew, and I shall speak to our guest. Now then, please forgive my distraction, stranger. Is there something that you need?
Yeah.
I am no merchant.
Yes, you are. No, we haven't gotten around to the second game yet. It hasn't been funded yet, Kinetic Counselor. I'm glad you liked the first one, too. I did, too. So let's get rid of, like, a lot of this crap. Just kind of nuke our inventory a little bit here. We're not touching, like, any of this crap. I should probably do a round of getting rid of gifts at some point. Oh, I thought I kept the right stuff. Oh, whatever. About Falkenstein. I don't even care at this point. Ah. What, this crap, I guess? Sure, whatever. We'll buy it all back. Look, I got inventory problems about Falkenstein. What do you want from me? No, the whole thing. God. Yeah, we'll find out. Whatever. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Oh. We'll just buy everything back. Screw it. Screw it. We'll get rid of anything below tier 4. Except for that. At this point, I'm not even sure I care, Latario. Hang on, let's do some sorting first. So, first and foremost, what is that? So let's give that to win. Or not. Okay, so let's give that to Morrigan. Hang on. Hey, look, I can just access everybody's inventory from the camp. Isn't that a nice feature? No, I'm not letting that go. Let's see. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3. Cut content. Hate DLC. I mean, it's fine, Orcano. She'll be fine. All right. Let's see here. No, seriously not. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. You know, truth be told, I do not know, Latario. I don't... Okay, so the problem with Alistair right now is that he is too low level. So let's fix that. Let's give him some strength. So he can equip some gear. Go ahead and pop that, and then that. And I want that and that. And, I want that. And I need dexterity for... I actually forgot I need dexterity for that, so that's whatever. We'll go and go at that instead. Go and start working towards that. Who would I rather marry, and who would I rather date? And you have to add kill, too, Gum Gum. So I have to marry, date, and kill Legolas, Aragorn, Alistair, or Garrus. So obviously I kill Legolas. It's an easy answer. I marry Aragorn because he's a king, and money. So that means I date Garrus. No, I can't date Garrus, though. He's my bro. I respect him too much to date him. So I guess, by definition, I would have to date Alistair. And then slip him some poison, you know? Let him go out peacefully. The way he would want to go out. Oh, we have Dragon Bone. Nice. Yeah. Actually, yeah, we'll give him effort. And yeah, we'll give him Bronca Shield. Yeah. Okay, what do we got over here? Anything worth a damn? Yeah, I've said it before. The plate armor in this game is the only armor that looks like armor. You know, like that, right there. Actually, no, we'll go with that instead. I think that's good. I think we're as armored up as we're getting for the time being. Let me double check that though. Yeah, we could do a couple more quick swaps. Where's and Ogren's already in the Templar armor. Okay. While we're here, we gotta do a long rest.
Dog is filthy. I can smell him 50 yards off.
I'm sure you're exaggerating.
That may be so, but all the same, I would like your permission to bathe him.
He is getting a little rank.
Excellent. I will get my soaps, and the dog shall have his bath after supper.
Here I am.
So, you got some time for some questions?
Oh, this should be good. Go ahead.
So what's it take to be an assassin?
Well, the crows would have you believe that it is an involved process that takes years of training. The sort that tests both your resolve and your endurance. Survive that process and maybe, just maybe, you're good enough to start being considered one of them. But quite frankly, the truth is that all it requires is a desire to kill people for a living. It's surprising how well one can do in such a field.
So, doesn't take any special skill?
I don't know about that. It's simply a slightly different skill set from your average killer, as I see it. An assassin simply specializes in striking from stealth, and in maximizing that first attack to be as lethal as possible. Debilitate your foe, either by poison or by crippling their limbs, makes any follow-up combat you need to engage in that much simpler.
Sounds like it could be useful.
See? Getting paid for the act is beside the point. An assassin is more a tactical choice than a lifestyle. Of course, the crows like to pretend that their abilities are trade secrets, shrouded in shadows and wrapped in a blanket of mystery. So let's just keep this between you and me, shall we?
Yeah, appreciate you.
Here I am.
So, could you teach others to be an assassin?
Oh, I certainly could, but I won't. I swore to the crows that the things they taught me were to remain a secret. And while, yes, they are already angry at me, I'd rather not push things, you see.
That makes perfect sense. I respect you.
If you are truly insistent, well, let me think about it. The crows are already angry at me, yes? Who knows?
I just said I respect you. Oh my god. Okay. Speaking of which, hang on, we've got some gifts, don't we? What do we have right now? Silver bracelet. Beef bone. I know where the bone goes. Goes to Sten. Wilhelm's special brew, which of course is going to go to Ogren.
By my ancestors, this is a what?
You're welcome. Chantry amulet. We'll give that to Liliana.
That's a wonderful thought.
Greenstone will go to Shale, I think. I know it's funny, Von Falkenstein.
Ooh, shiny.
You're welcome. Portrait. Antique portrait, slightly water-stained, of a man wearing furs and a heavy crown. Portrait. I don't remember who to give the portrait. Or the rune stones, for that matter. Obviously, that goes to Liliana.
Why, thank you so much.
Well, apparently that did not go to Liliana. Oh, you're right, Arcana. Let's see, who do I have low rep with? The Black Grimoire. Oh, yeah, I should give that to... Now, let's go talk to Morrigan, for no reason. You know what's funny is we're just doing inventory management here.
What do you wish of me?
Uh...
We are in camp, so 'tis as good a time as any.
Well, okay, hang on.
What do you wish of me? If you must.
Okay, so we actually don't have any new dialogue with her. Alright. Oh, apparently it is for Sten. My bad, thank you, Loner. Here you go, Sten.
I am impressed. My thanks.
I thought we had to get the quest before we give the grimoire. Whatever. Who wants money? Money. That feels like a Zevran thing. I know it's generic, but you know, whatever. Here, have some money.
I shall treasure it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Small carved statuettes. Here, have a silver chain.
Oh, nice.
I really don't remember who the rune stones are. Do you remember who the rune stones are? Let's see. To Vinter Brood Vintage. Where's Alistair? Have the statue.
I could get used to this, you know.
I'm not having sex with you. Don't get used to it. My heart belongs to Lillian. Okay. Bang.
I could get used to this, you know.
Well, don't get too used to it. Let's see. Morrigan, have a silver bracelet.
A fine gift. You have my thanks.
And there's Wynn. Because we know Wynn's got a little bit of the alcohol savantry going.
Oh, marvelous.
Perfect. Now let's... Hey! We got one new ability for Alistair. Yeah, the gift system, I think we've already jotted down our notes on. It feels like a band-aid for a bad system, to be very honest with you. I think I've already said that, but... Morrigan, there you are.
What? You found Flemeth's grimoire? Ever since we discovered the condition of the Mage's Tower, I had wondered if it might be recoverable, but I had yet to speak of it to you. How fortunate that you found it on your own. You have my thanks. I will begin study of the tome immediately.
You're welcome.
I do not intend to squander this opportunity to learn more than Flemeth wished me to know. This should be interesting.
So, the other thing, so, we actually have already established precedents on this. In fact, we had a whole discussion about this. If a game has something that kind of sucks about its design, but has a baked-in, relatively easy to access and utilize system to completely bypass that system, do we give that positive or negative? And we already have established where that goes. So...
You and your friends are formidable folk, indeed. It's good to have you. I'm sure...
To wit... Here's our Omega gifts, all of which cost 0 copper. Alistair doll. Sorry. Yeah, sorry, yes, Loner, please, if you don't mind. You know, right as of this exact moment in time, I can't remember what game we established that precedence in. It's recent, but I brought it up because it's going to come up in the Pixel Remaster reviews of the Final Fantasies. Yeah, I need this doll for reasons. That's why I'm going to look it up, Sonoshi. That's why I asked Loner for the link. Although it may not have these listed. Looks like it doesn't have them listed. Okay, hang on. So... Normally I'd just like, oh, I'll be fine, but no, I'd rather double check these. Here we go. Okay. Full list. That's true, Blade Ball. It is going to come up in Guild Wars 2 as well. It's a semi-common thing. A lot of developers will band-aid problems rather than fix them because in some cases that's just the better option. Anybody who's done programming knows that sometimes you just can't fix something. At least not proper-like. Get rid of that really quick. Since we can get rid of this and this now. I don't want to get rid of that, but I do want to get rid of all the rest of this. Like I said, Loner, they feel like a band-aid, and it is what it is. Okay, it's a little bit better on the inventory size. I mean, I wouldn't read up on that personally, Gum Gum, for the reasons you yourself are already highlighting. Okay, so... excuse me. We want an Alistair doll. We want the Amulet of Memories. We want the Beard Flask. We want the Fat Loot. Apparently is actually a positive thing. I wasn't sure about that one. The Grey Warden Hand Puppet? Really? Okay. King Marek's Shield, we'll sit on that for a bit. The Pet Rock. Alright, Place of the Dead. Rare Antivan Brandy. And the Stick. Like me. Oh, that's nice. You actually can only give her the one that's for her. That's nice. That's a nice little feature.
Ooh, shiny.
We shall name the rock. What shall we name her pet rock? It definitely won't be the very next person to talk in chat. It's Brigwin! Okay. And then Amulet of Memories.
A generous gift.
Beard flask.
Fine.
That loot.
That's a wonderful thought. I don't know what to say.
Hey, Alistair.
Oh, thank you.
I am grateful. 'Tis thoughtful indeed.
Okay, Mega Man would have been a good one.
I am impressed.
Yep.
I shall treasure.
Like I said, we're just gonna bypass the system there. Okay, cool. All right. Moving on.
Shale of House Kadash. Is that who I once was? I find this difficult to believe.
Do you doubt Carradine now?
No, I do not doubt him. I simply cannot remember. If I was this Shale of House Kadash, as Carradine said, there must be some evidence of my existence remaining. I must find it.
Do you think something will trigger your memory?
I need to know that this is the truth, and not simply believe. What Carradine said, it has allowed me to remember one thing. I believe I know where Kadash Taig is.
We can go right there right now if you like.
Its offer is appreciated. I will mark the location on its map. If we can journey there soon, I am most curious as to what we will find.
Yeah, that's part of why I decided to do this now, loners. I realized we're going to have even more backtracking if we don't get the rep maxed out and start getting people's quests going. Like, we're already in backtrack territory. So the reason why is because some of the gifts turn into items of Unfalkenstein. For example, the butterfly sword actually turns into the butterfly sword, which, well, when you swing it, it makes butterflies happen. So.
You are a true warrior and worthy of respect.
Yeah, the only downside of the butterfly sword is you have to lose 50 some odd rep with Sten to get it.
I've a question, if I may.
Yeah, sure.
Well, here's the thing. I swore an oath to serve you, yes? And I understand the quest you're on, and this is all very fine and well. My question pertains to what you intend to do with me once this business is over with, as a point of curiosity.
A sex object. I mean, option 3 is this after I ravish you in celebration? You could go if you wanted.
Could I? And what if I didn't wish to leave?
I mean, I can always use a friend.
Indeed. I might even be glad to call myself such, come to think of it. It is good to know what my options might be, but that is for another time. For now, we have much to do, yes?
There probably is, Loner. I'm not actually sure.
Something on your mind?
Yeah, has anyone ever told me how handsome you are, Alistair?
Of course.
Oh, I guess that's a normal thing. So teach me to be a Templar.
Others, yes, but not yourself. I need someone who's trained first as a warrior. It's as much about discipline as anything. I guess if I'm going to give up Chantry secrets, I may as well go all the way. Send whoever you want trained to me in camp, and I'll see what I can do.
Cool. Hang on a sec.
Something on your mind?
Hold up.
Of course.
If you were raised in the Chantry...
Never what? Had a good pair of shoes?
You know what I mean.
I'm not sure I do. Have I never seen a basilisk? Ate jellied ham? Have I never licked a lamppost in winter?
Now you're just making fun of me.
Make fun of you, dear lady? Perish the thought. Well, tell me, have you ever licked a lamppost in winter?
No.
Good. I hear it's quite painful. I remember one of the younger initiates did it on a dare once, and there was pointing and laughing. Oh, the humanity. I myself have also never done it. That. Not that I haven't thought about it, of course, but you know.
So you lack the proper parts?
Oh, that's funny. Such cruelty from such a beautiful woman. If you hear sobbing later, that's me crying myself to sleep.
At least you'll get some decent rest.
Ha ha ha. Your cruel interrogation will be remembered forever. Or maybe just until lunch. Lunch makes everything better. Oh, look, I have cheese.
Still getting ability spammed.
I enjoy the nights at camp. The night always seems more peaceful to me, safer.
I know what you mean.
I feel the night grants us a reprieve from the troubles of the day. Silly, isn't it? The darkspawn never sleep, and they lurk in the shadows.
I mean, every now and again we need a moment to lay down our burdens.
I enjoy those nights when we stand guard together, talking to pass the time in those small hours. Well, I talk and you listen mostly. Sometimes I succumb and fall asleep and wake to find you still watchful. And I know you're watching out for me.
Why is there squeaking? That's a good question. You never have to feel afraid with me. Oh, it's her nug.
What I'm trying to say is that I trust you. I'm comfortable around you. I know you'll be there when I need you. You are our leader and my friend, and sometimes I think that maybe we could be more than that. Maker, look at me stumbling over my words like an ill-educated peasant girl. Some bard I am.
Tell you what, as soon as we get you in some better armor, all over it.
I'm not embarrassed. I'm just flushed because of the heat.
Okay, that is adorable. You are adorable, Liliana.
Really? No one told me. You felt the same way and didn't do me the courtesy of informing me? You made me say all those things. Why couldn't you have said them first? Oh, how very awkward.
Don't worry, I'm gonna give her the dragon armor when we get it. Hey, Jesse Ward. Hashtag relatable. I hope you get over it soon. I'm still kind of flurg myself right now. And here I thought you were comfortable around me.
Well, yes, but don't question me. I am a woman, and I reserve the right to be inconsistent. Why am I being such a baby about this? I must be a sight spilling my guts.
I mean, it made me feel loved and accepted.
Yes, I am fond of you, and I care about you. And let's go about our business before the others suspect something.
Yeah, Ogren would probably want to watch. So let's... Also, I should mention Ogren is like 3 feet this way.
There you are. Wanted to talk to you.
Yeah, what's up?
You and we've... you know how sometimes you spend time with people and things.
Okay. Love you too, Ogren.
Well, I'll be shaved, skinned, and hung up to dry. It's too soon, though, lady. Too soon. I just wanted to ask a favor.
Yeah, what up?
I was thinking, I do know some people out here on the surface. A person, actually. A girl I knew in Orzammar. Before I left, obviously.
I'm gonna kill her nug.
Her name's Felsi. She and I were friends after Branca left for the deep roads. I'm sure she's forgiven me by now. Thought maybe I'd track her down, see how she's been living.
Okay. Do you know where to find her?
I tried to look her up the last time we were at Lake Calenhod. She wasn't at work at the inn. At home with her sick mother, they said. I figured it was just the ancestors telling me something. But I keep thinking about her.
We can figure it out.
Well, and a good friend you are, Warden. I'll think about you if we ever... no, actually, that would be gross. No, what was it you wanted to say?
Can you teach me to be a berserker?
You want to be a berserker?
Ah!
Thought I'd never see the day. No, see, it's funny because you'll never be able to do it. A mage wants to be a berserker? But if you know someone fit for this type of work, I'll teach him. It'll be nice to have another berserker to grunt at for a change.
Thanks.
If you want to think like a berserker, drop fair from your vocabulary. If it works, that's all.
Right.
Aye, all right then.
I was about to say a berserker mage sounds cool to me. Alright, turn in gems. Turn in gems. Turn in Giga Pudding. I mean, pay attention to our Dragon Age 2 playthrough. You'll see what a berserker mage plays like. Yeah, Liliana, I love you, but I'm gonna murder your nug that I gave you. Thank you, Giga Pudding. Except, actually, I guess that's not a thank you. That's the one given from Ciela. So I thank you for nothing, Giga Pudding.
Victory.
Death to Giga Pudding. And to Guild Wars 2. What am I doing? I'm talking to Stan. Why are you still kneeling?
You are not quite as callow as I thought. That is unexpected.
Hello. You thought I was callow?
You sound surprised. You must have heard this before. You'll get over it. Eventually.
Thanks.
As you wish.
I would say shapeshifter as well, Latario. Oh my god. I think it's actually bugging out. There we go. I could hear the nug. Right here. Like, I'm over here and I can still hear the goddamn nug. Oh my god. My god. Bark spawn. Kill. Okay, so I need you, and I need you. I need you. I need you. Get rid of you. I need you.
Yes.
Let's do this one first really quick. We'll come back to the forest later. Nug nuggets. I like it. So the wildlife's having some issues. So that's cool. According to the dwarves, the nugs do taste good.
Excellent!
I'm sorry, Giga Pudding. On the plus side, it's almost over. And then you'll be able to be married. And, like... Why are you even doing the wedding? I know. You've already answered that question. Comprendo. I actually relate more than I probably should. Not everybody can just kind of decide to stop interacting with their biological family like I have.
There she is. I'm gonna go talk to her. Look, you gotta back me up here. Got it?
You know, funny fact, I actually like weddings, but I also have a bit of a manager brain and understand exactly how a thing they are to set up and plan for. So I have a lot of sympathy for wedding planning and wedding planners. Been to like 8 weddings in my life. 9, actually, now that I think about it. What do you want? What do you mean you want me to back you up?
Just follow my lead, you know?
Okay.
Just be ready to pry her off when she throws herself at me. We don't want to make a scene here. Well, don't pry her off me too soon. I mean, a little scene's all right. Are you sure you're not a baker? 'Cause you got a sodding nice set of buns.
Akron, is that you?
Yeah, in the flesh, baby.
What are you doing here?
Just trying to kick back with a pint. Fighting darkspawn's a lot of sodding work, you know?
You're fighting Darkspawn?
I'm just gonna watch.
Well, someone's gotta do it, you know? Can't leave a blight to the humans. They'll just muck it all up.
The whole surface to choose from, and you just happened to come to my tavern?
Yeah, well,
He was actually looking for you.
you know, I was thinking about our days together back in Orzammar.
Oh, so you mean you didn't find another girl willing to put up with you pissing on the table? I'm shocked.
It's a sign of affection.
You've been thinking of her.
I've been thinking about you, Felsi.
What do you want, Ogren?
Nothing. Just thought I'd see how you were doing is all. Well, maybe that and grease up the Bronto, if you know what I mean.
Well, you've seen me. You'll have to go back to Orzammar for the Bronto.
I mean, Ogren is probably at least more fun than the men around here.
If by fun you mean more likely to light farts on fire, yes.
Oh well, it's been fun, Felsi, but I better go.
Don't let the door hit you in the arse on the way out. Actually, who am I kidding? Go ahead and let it. Indulge yourself.
That could have gone better.
I mean, you could try again.
Why bother? Once this blight thing's taken care of, the ladies will be all over me like flies on a corpse. Might as well rest up while I can. You ready to go?
Yep.
Aye. All right then.
Yeah, apparently we screwed up the quest. Sorry. It's just, Ogren is just so terrible, you know? Hang on. Let's use our time state tower powers briefly. I guess.
There she is. I'm gonna go talk to her. Look, you gotta back. Just follow my lead. Find it.
What can I get for you? And don't say mead. We ran out of that a week ago.
Do you have any
Either. Ran out the day before yesterday.
Do you have any
And don't say brandy.
When did you run out of brandy?
Oh, we haven't yet. It's just terrible. We got it from a shady Orlesian trader, and I think it might really be turpentine.
Felsi! I need tables clean, girl!
I've got a customer.
So your name's Felsi?
Aye. Who wants to know?
Do you know someone named Ogren?
Did you have to bring his name up? I just ate.
Not exactly a fan?
You could say that. You could also say I would rather kiss a deep stalker on the lips than see him again.
What happened?
What happened? Is that a serious question? Have you met Ogren? He got drunk. Drunker than usual, even. Took off his pants and challenged a roast nug to a wrestling match at my father's funeral. He lost, by the way. The roast got him in an arm lock. He sat there crying for half an hour before someone pulled it off him.
How did he...
It was a sodding good roast.
Felsi, what in Andraste's name are you doing? The tables, girl!
All right! I've got to get back to work.
Right. So, hey, Ogren.
Well, what does she say?
She hasn't forgiven you for the Nug incident.
That fight was rigged. Anyway, the guard said it wasn't worth pressing charges, so she's no call to hold a grudge. Did she say anything else?
No.
Just be ready to pry her off. Are you sure you're not a...
What? you're fighting Darkspawn?
Yeah. He actually is a total badass in combat.
It was a bit of pain, but it was a personal favor for the King of Orzammar, you understand?
The whole surface to choose from, and you just happened to come to my tavern?
Well, What? Oh, right. It's fate, Felsi. What can I say?
Fate? The ancestors must have a sense of humor then.
Sure they do. You've had a good look at Lady Helmi, haven't you? If her face isn't a joke the ancestors are playing, I'm a Bronto's behind.
So, Lady Helmi must be a paragon of beauty then.
I've been thinking about you, Felsi.
What do you want, Ogren?
Nothing. Just thought of...
Well, you've seen me. You'll have to go back to Orzammar for the Bronto.
Listen, we can't waste time here. The Queen's waiting for us.
Oh, the Queen needed a new fool, did she?
Oh, well, it's been fun.
Wait, you're leaving? You just got here. I haven't called you a shaft rat yet.
Well, you can't keep the archdemon waiting. You hurt its feelings, it might just turn the whole blight around and go home. Nobody wants that.
Well, you don't need to fight it right now, do you? I mean, you could have a pint first. You could call me a surly Bronto. I could tell you that you smell like nug droppings.
I'll tell you what, I got some things I gotta do, but I'll come back for that pint when things are settled. You frigid deep stalker.
Fine, but you better not keep me waiting, you worthless copper-plated swordcast.
Wouldn't dream of it.
See, what irritates me is there's a decent amount of evidence that these two actually do connect in a real way. And that's kind of sweet. And then Awakening comes along. We'll get there. Also, practice, Lothario. Careful practice.
I still got it.
I'm sorry, that was a success?
Weren't you watching? She could barely restrain herself. Might as well rest up while I can. You ready to go?
Sure.
Aye. All right then.
This should be easy enough.
Yeah, his helmet is just bleep, 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 bleep. 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 Probably codify that while we're here. No, see, it can't be one of the nanotech helmets because those are always like, and that's different than just bloop, bloop.
You're the best wrangler I've ever seen. But there's more of it.
And then when the helmet goes down, it goes chicong. You know, I'd only do this for you, Shale. Just want you to know that. Oh, God. The flashbacks. Vietnam flashbacks. Which is worse, Vietnam or the Deep Roads? Okay, I know that sounds like a terrible and dumb comparison, but, like, in lore. Think about it in lore. I'd still probably give that to the MCU, Gum Gum.
A little frantic? Oh, I can see why.
Like, obviously, one of those is a video game and the other's a national embarrassment, but, again, in lore, right? Well, I might fall over and die today, Giga, but until that happens, I appear to still be breathing.
Or do you actually think you have a chance? On your guard! Now we go into battle.
Death wolf pigeons.
That's an interesting battle cry, but I will not begrudge you it. You're a winner until you fail. Or you're a failure until you succeed, depending on how you think of that.
This is it. Kadash Taig.
Looks abandoned.
These ruins are always overrun by vermin. There may be something noteworthy further in, however.
Yeah, that's another thing.
Did I live here?
I wonder if we've got a bit of an Underdark scenario, because there's a whole biome down here in the Deep Roads, and I'm not sure if there should be. I know that sounds strange, because we know the Darkspawn are here, and, well, they do have to eat something. But at the same time, like, huh?
As you wish.
Yeah, the underground goes pretty deep, too. That's very true.
Fighting or dying, blast you!
To my knowledge, we do not actually know, in lore, how extensive the Deep Roads are, to this very day. Too much of it was lost. And you also have to keep in mind that it's not just the Dwarven stuff, too. Because the Darkspawn keep tunneling in the intervening centuries. So, there's tunnels that were never made by, you know, a sentient sapient being. I love it. We're in the Deep Roads. We're already 3 encounters in. God damn this place. Of course, that leads to the other obvious question. Why are there dragons, you know, archdemons, just hanging out down here? Essentially buried in the rock because they have to be tunneled into. So that implies that they are, you know, not just hanging out in a corridor. There's a lot of question marks in this setting, is what I'm trying to say. Not as much as Elder Scrolls, but it's getting there. Ooh, a blood-gorged amulet. Sweet. I mean, even the Underdark, which, let's be clear, doesn't really make sense, has a completely magical explanation for existing, and is an artificial creation.
I see nothing. Whatever was once here is gone.
Yeah, I remember the vague implication that the Maker was like, "You shall not have any gods other than me," and tossed the dragons down into the depths. But, as with so many things with the Maker, who may or may not even exist, who knows? Oh God, Lord Hermit. I'm just gonna pretend we didn't think about that. Just gonna move on from that thought. Oh no! Extremely obvious ambush. I got the clicker right here. We are absolutely not sure, Blackfile, no. Which is sort of the point I'm making. I know some people like that kind of thing. They enjoy it when a setting is vague or mysterious or whatever. No judgment. I ain't here to judge. I don't. Ignoring the obvious personal preference thing, where I find a setting which is unexplained to be worthless, there's also the fact that it makes it really frustrating to think about the setting. Like, I can't theory craft about a setting where I don't know how the setting works, you know? So, even if we just have a random person pop up and say, hey, why are the dragons underground? The only answer I can give you is, and I don't know about you, but I don't really enjoy giving the answer of,
Cool.
Not a big thing.
Typical.
Oh my god, this is what, 6 encounters in so far? That's also true, Panka. This very setting has been retconned every single entry. Arguably including the books. I mean, the very idea of coal was something that was introduced in the books, for example.
Show me what you've got.
Well, you say that, Lord Hermit, but I'm probably just explaining myself badly because I'm dumb, stupid, and moronic. If I understand how gravity works, then I can theory craft about, you know, why there's like a moon that's going on a weird orbit. I know that's a terrible analogy, but you get my idea, right? But if I don't know how gravity works, then I can't theorize on anything. I have absolutely nothing to start theory crafting on, right? I don't have a baseboard. I don't have a bedrock to begin theory crafting in. I can only just make up stuff with wild speculation out of a vacuum. So, why are the dragons underground? Well, let's see. What happened was they were trying to get the gummy juice from the gummy bears, okay? And the gummy bears were bouncing here, there, and everywhere. And as they were bouncing, the dragons were like, no, we must contain this gummy juice. It's ours. It will be ours for the taking. And I'm about to die in this fight. Holy crap. There we go. Okay, we're cool. We're cool. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Freaking shrieks. God damn.
Let's get started.
Like, I've got nothing. You know what I mean, Lord Hermit? I have nothing to start with. So, like I hate to keep coming back to this one because it's immediately relevant, but why are the dragons underground? Why are they down here? Why do the Darkspawn seek out dragons, specifically? Why not anything else down here? Is there anything else down here? I mean, there's the Titans, which I'm not going to cover right now, but, like, are they down here? Oh, I'm dying, Nithrius, but thank you for the kind thoughts. I already gave you my idea. I actually did. I gave you, like, if you put a gun to my head, I came up with what I would write, what the Darkspawn are, what the Fate are, and who the Maker is. I came up with all that stuff. And so I guess I do see your point, Lord Hermit. We do have enough to start the beginnings of speculation. I also explained what the Taint is, for that matter. But I never explained what the dragons are, or why they're underground, or why the Darkspawn are seeking them. So if I were to attach that to the completely made-up lore I was coming up with earlier, I would say that the dragons were specifically servants of the Evil One, the Elden Lord, who was sealed away, the Maker. And as a consequence, the Darkspawn, who are corrupted by the malice, the hatred of the Elden Lord, are specifically seeking out his minions, the dragons, in order to corrupt them with that hatred so they can then rise to the surface, cause issues, and break them out. There you go, boom. But that doesn't explain why they're buried. So maybe the dragons fought a war back when they originally sealed the Elden Lord, and or rather they were involved in that conflict, and they were shoved underground as a way to seal them? That doesn't make any sense. Why would they bury them, though, when they could just kill them? Dragons aren't, like, invincible. No, I've got it. The dragons did it to themselves. The dragons dug themselves down in order to go ahead and be ready for the time when their lord would return. And they didn't know about the darkspawn. They didn't know about the taint. They were just like, we're gonna go ahead and hibernate. We'll be back when we be back. And imagine the irony of that. You're a dragon, right? Valiant, loyal servant to the Elden Lord. You know, like, and you're woken up, and you have seconds of awakitude. Seconds of being awake. You know when you're kind of groggy in the morning? Like, huh? And you see these nightmare creatures which are infecting you with this horrific taint, and your reward for your loyal service is to be completely corrupted into essentially a mindless creature whose only job is to spread misery and suffering in your lord's name. You're welcome. There you go. There we go. We did it. We came up with an explanation for the dragons. Yeah, thanks for that. Thanks for that. Appreciate you. That's a good question, Icky Claw. We don't know. We know nothing. Nothing. We're talking about the old gods specifically. Sorry, Lord Hermit. You know, the ones that are buried underground. Oh, that's another thing. What's the difference between an old god and a dragon? Is it just age? Do dragons develop sentience over time? Do they droid affect their way up? Maybe they were gifted sentience. Maybe they are a genetic experiment by the Elden Lord.
To find here.
No, this isn't Elder Scrolls, Gumga. This isn't the multiverse of madness. I hated that film. Oh, good, it's an Ogre Alpha. That's what I want in my life right now.
Time for some fun.
Yep. I heard you coming. Frickin' shrieks. Frickin' shrieks.
Come now, defend yourself.
The really horrible thing is, while there is demonstrable evidence of underthought in Dragon Age, we don't know and may never know what the original writers intended. We may not know that at the very least for another decade at the earliest because of NDAs. Who knows, someday, 10 years from now, they may come out and be like, hey, so here was our original story ideas. And I'm like, oh, that's what you were doing. That makes sense. Or conversely, oh, that's what you were doing. That's stupid.
What is this? This I remember.
I want that mace. Staff?
It has
dual hammer?
Names. This is to honor those who volunteered, those who became golems. And there is my name, Shale of House Kadash. Just as Caradin said. I remember now. I remember, Shale. That was me.
Shale, you have blood on your eyes. Are you okay?
Wonderful to remember being a soft, squishy creature of flesh. Perhaps. I will need to think on these things I have learned. Perhaps I will speak to it of them soon. For now, let us carry on as we have.
You're welcome. Thank. Hammer staff, yeah. I like it. Now, the strange thing about NDAs is that when the timer starts ticking is usually when you're no longer working at the company. And, well, a lot of those BioWare writers still worked at that company until, like, last week, or excuse me, 2 weeks ago now. So, that NDA might last quite a while, is what I'm trying to say. Usually, those kind of NDAs last about 1 decade. So, start the clock.
As you wish.
It's a good question, Nithrius. I'm not sure. It's relatively recent. Like, it was last year, I want to say.
Care to partake of Ogren's fine homebrew? It's the drink of the gods.
Ale, is it? And I hope it's brewed hygienically?
Of course. I may not know clean from a beggar's ass when it comes to most things, but I don't mess around with my ale.
Very well, let's have a taste.
Well, what do you think?
Very nice.
You like it? Well, I never...
Attractive amber color, nutty flavor, slightly sweet, just a hint of toastiness. There's some spice to it I'm finding hard to place.
Yes?
Is it cloves?
Cloves! Ha ha! By the stone, you're a lady after my own heart. If I weren't buckled in this armor, I'd take you around the corner and, well, you know.
Give me more ale?
Yes, he'll give you the ale. I'll give you the other thing. Sorry. So, to be very, very clear, Sandal is clearly just a joke character in this game. But when we move forward into Dragon Age 2, then yeah, it gets to the point where obviously there's something going on with Sandal. He even has a very small tidbit in Inquisition, if you remember. But precognition, I would say it's more likely that Sandal is just tied into Lyrium, which means, because we know what Lyrium is, that Sandal is just tied into magic, and therefore is able to read the currents, for lack of a better way to put it. I know that sounds a lot like prophecy, but I think the distinction is relevant, because it's not predicting the future so much as seeing the way things are currently going and being able to watch the patterns. You know what I mean? You can also make things boom. That's a true thing, too. And yeah, Trespasser is the other thing I was talking about. What do you got for me? What's our random encounter? I'm ready. Let's see. A bunch of spiderwebs. Oh, God! Oh, God, rocks! Oh, God, rocks everywhere! Oh, God, it's Vietnam all over again. The deep roads, which are also Vietnam in lore. That's a good way to put that, Kirway Noise. Thank you. I mean, I do like the bears, but I have yet to stop being amused by the rocks. Good news is we're almost done with spiders as an enemy type. We'll see it in the next dungeon, and I think that's kind of it, actually. Oh God, why is there just crap everywhere? Oh God, more rocks. A pile of filth. A good question, Latario. Better question is what those writers will decide Sandal is, because they don't have to adhere to anything, as every Dragon Age game has indicated.
Here we go!
This is a waste of time.
Well, unfortunately, we have less options for both subsequent games, Blade Traval. Origins... I don't want to say it has the most mod support, but it certainly seems to have the most mods. Oh yeah. That reminds me. Theorycraft Living Rocks. Quantum. Alien Quantum. So we have to discuss mod hostility as far as review goes. It's extraordinarily rare. We've talked about this before. It's very, 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 very rare. But Inquisition absolutely qualifies as a mod hostile game. So, yeah, I'm learning, Spartan. I'm learning. So we're gonna have to decide if Inquisition gets a negative for, you know, being deliberately mod hostile. For being anti-mod. Because, yeah, Frostbite Engine is just... I mean, you're right, Lothario. Now, here's the really interesting question from my perspective. This is going to sound weird, but hear me out for a second. There's this common recurring trend, which I myself have fallen victim to in the past, that if someone is the original creator of something, no, I need dexterity, then they are more valid. Like, their thoughts, their story ideas, what they're writing for thing is more worthwhile than someone else's. And I've been slowly challenging that more and more the older I get and the more I study. Yeah, because they have more authority on the matter. And what we hear about them is like, that's the real story, or that's what the story should be, or that's the better story. But then I look at, I don't know, Gene Roddenberry, for example. And it's like, oh yeah, the original story of Star Trek, which is crap, to be very blunt about that. Oh, I can prove this because TNG Season 1 is the most Roddenberry Star Trek has ever gotten. And we all know what I think of that. So that's its own thing. I could come up with other examples. Mass Effect 3 comes to mind immediately. You know, I myself used to say that the original story idea was better, and whether it is or not is something we'll never know. But I fell into the flaw, and I'm going to call it that, of assuming the original story is better because it was the original story, not because it was better. And I bring that up because while obviously several times the original writers being replaced by new writers tends to be a bad thing, it's not always a bad thing. And that's all I'm trying to say, Lothario. Not death of the author, not word of God, all of that doesn't matter. What matters is the actual quality of the writing itself. And that's actually all I'm saying. If some new writer comes in and makes something great out of something that wasn't, then it's better. If they come in and it makes something worse, then it's worse. I actually do have a very specific example of this. It's called Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan, which was written by someone who had never even seen Star Trek before he had been exposed to it and hired on to do a low-cost budget sequel in order to try and wring some extra money out of a dying franchise. And it completely rejuvenated the entire franchise. Oh, yeah, also Roddenberry, the so-called creator of Star Trek, hated it. This is why this actually came up during the Baldur's Gate 3 run, because I am not a purist. I just am not. I do not believe that something is better because it's older. I believe that something's better because it's better. And the reason I bring that up with regards to Dragon Age and Dragon Age 4 is it won't happen. I myself have given 100% certainty that Dragon Age 4 will suck. But if Dragon Age 4 somehow actually got proper support and came out, which I remind you is still a coin flip, it's not necessarily going to be worse by virtue of the fact that it's not going to be the original. It's just going to be its own thing, which may be good, bad, or in between. Who knows? That's it. That's all I wanted to say.
So, I have a question for you, dwarf.
Oh, sounds like you're passing a stone there. Get it? Passing a stone?
I do get it, yes. My question is this. Had the Anvil of the Void not been destroyed, does it believe the dwarves would have used it?
You mean to create more golems? Oh, yes. Faster than you could squish a nug.
Even knowing the agony that it caused, they would still inflict it on others?
No need to inflict it. There'd be plenty ready and willing to sign up, just as you did. There's fewer and fewer of us each year, and the Darkspawn never run out. If it meant saving Orzammar, there'd be plenty who'd become a golem, sure.
Does it think it was wrong to destroy the anvil, then?
No. Sometimes people need to be kept from doing stupid things. even for good reasons.
It is referring to its former wife?
I think some statues should sod off and ask their sodded questions to someone else.
And that's a good summary of why I like Oghren, by the way. When you get past the gross, and I'm not going to lie, it takes some effort, Oghren's got an interesting and well-placed head on his shoulders. He's an old vet, and he acts like it. I tend to get along with that kind of person. Let's see if Dragon Age 4 is coming out today. Yep, Dragon Age 4 is coming out today. But anyways. And yeah, at this point, you know what? I need to come up with a freaking... I need to come up with an overlay that says, yes, I know about the BioWare stuff. I need to just come up with a timestamp or a clip of one of the times where I thought about... where I've talked about the BioWare situation, because we have literally been talking about it for a solid week at this point. Every day it's come up. And I'm getting a little tired of repeating myself. No offense, Spartan. It's just... God damn it.
Andera Natishan, stranger. I am Athras.
Yeah, just
I
clue
hope
it
the
here.
others have not been too harsh in their treatment of you.
Do you think Orzammar is doomed no matter what? Yes.
That is very generous of you. Most would assume we are unkind as a rule, and that is not the case. Especially not to a Grey Warden. But we have lost much, and it is easy to forget simple niceties at such a time. I understand you will search for the wolves in the Brazilian forest. I would join you, but Zathrian has forbidden me.
Forbidden you?
We are banned from entering the forest now. I have more cause than most, but I will not disobey my keeper.
Why do you want to enter the forest?
That is a tale I am not sure I should tell an outsider. Surely you have greater concerns than my problems, stranger.
Look, I could see the giant exclamation mark over your head. Just tell me.
It's odd to talk so freely with a stranger, but perhaps you can help me. My wife Delilah and I both fought the werewolves in the ambush. She was injured so gravely, the curse spread rapidly in her. Zathrian fought hard to ease her pain, but there was little he could do. And though he says that Delilah is dead, he will not let me see her body. I am beginning to believe she became a werewolf, and that it is being kept from me so I do not go chasing after her.
And if she was a werewolf, and the elf chased her and then found her, what then? Sweet, blissful reunion?
I don't know. Maybe she would know me as her love, even still?
More likely she would love to eat you.
If I could just know if Delilah is alive, or what happened to her, then I could be at peace.
I'll look for her.
I have an amulet made by our craftsman. It's not much, but I would be happy to give it to you in return for any news.
Nah, we're gonna find her. She'll be fine. You know, actually, hang on. Let's Google that. Let's access the historical databases here. Let's reach into the future. Okay, so this is interesting. So if we do as Lord Hermit suggests, we take the quest, okay, and then we don't find her, but then we decide to cure her, then we'll talk to him and he'll be like, aha, yes, I could go find her. There will be no reward if you do that method, which I find funny. You don't get an item from it. But he'll be like, yes, I can go find my wife, and that'll be it. So, yeah, apparently we now... So we do have to take the quest initially, though, which we just did, so we're good on that. That's funny. Okay. Ahem.
What do you wish?
Gotta not do the quest.
I'm the clan's craftsmaster. It's my responsibility to learn what I can of the ancient elven arts of shaping wood and ore. In truth, we Dalish know little of the art compared to what we once did. And even what we know has taken us many lifetimes to achieve. There is wood that, if treated properly, is as hard as steel but far lighter. It grows only in this forest. Ironbark. The Keeper has forbidden us from entering the forest to collect the wood. This means I cannot make our finest crafts for years to come.
I'll find it.
I would be hesitant to ask it of you, but if you should come across ironbark, I suppose there would be no harm in gathering some. It is blue and very distinctive. You can only harvest the bark which has fallen off the tree from age. If you find some, bring it to me, and I will craft it for you.
Why can't you pry it off the tree?
That would please me, so long as our hunters come first. Gareth Shiro, may the creators visit fortune upon you.
How you enjoying it, by the way, Mr. Yura? Excuse me. Confusing Mr. Red and Yura there. How you enjoying it? Yura? Too much crap in my inventory. That's an interesting question. Worst elves in fiction who are not the Dark Eldar from Warhammer 40k. Or the Eldar from Warhammer 40k. So, the third worst elves in fiction.
Who comes? Oh, I beg your pardon, stranger. I was so busy attending to the Hala, I did not hear your approach.
That's a Hala?
They are the noble beasts that pull our Aravel. What humans call land ships. They are our companions and our guides.
Yeah, actually, ancient elves in this setting, yeah, they're messed up. We do something similar, but with horses.
I have seen your horses. The relationship is different, as is the purpose. We ride the Hala, but never with reins or a saddle. It is the Hala who decide where to lead us, and our privilege that they take our Aravel with them. In return, it's the herder's job to speak to the Hala and care for their needs. It's a bond of friendship, and not servitude.
Right, so why is this one separate?
I fear she may have been bitten during the werewolf attack. I have tried speaking with her, but she is too agitated for me to understand. The curse would not affect her as it would us, but it would still be lethal. And it may prove contagious to the other Hala as well. I can find no wound on her, but if she's truly ill, then I will have to put her out of her misery, for her sake as well as that of the others.
Well, it sucks to be you then, Hickett. Is there anything I can do to help?
I don't know. Do you have any skills that might help her? If you do, I would be grateful.
God, Angmar. Alright, let's try to calm first.
No. No, I'm sorry. She isn't calming any more around you than she is for me.
Then I will murder her quickly.
I know. It was kind of you to try.
I could kill her quickly.
I will watch her for a while longer and see if her condition changes. I am grateful for your assistance, friend.
I'm sorry, I should have expected that, Yura. The moment I realized, you're in the worst zone of the game, I should have known you'd have been like, oh wow, I'm in the best zone of the game. Granted, you mean visually, not in terms of overall zone design and quests, story, but still. So I was just thinking about it. There are a lot of really, really messed up elves in fiction, aren't there? So we've got the Thalmor, who are so messed up that they tried to reboot reality in order to create a situation in which everyone who wasn't them didn't exist, ever, retroactively. We've got the Wild Hunt from Witcher 3, which enough said about them. Just, yeah. We've got the Ancient Elves from Dragon Age, which... we've got the Dark Eldar, which I just mentioned, but less said about them, the better. They're regular feeding people's souls to a dark god in order to prevent themselves from a fate worse than death. and they worship torture. Yeah, the genocidal slave empire, that's the Wild Hunt, by the way. Sorry, I kind of skimmed over that one. There was another one I was just thinking of, which I can't remember off the top of my head. There was another one. Yeah, I can't remember who it is. I can't remember what it is, but just, you know? Can we have elves that don't suck and don't exist in Warcraft? So Warcraft elves are cool. Thank you, Act. Oh yeah, then we got the Drow, who are so stupid that they should probably be dead. Blood elves are cool. Yeah, are you kidding me? Like, the more... Yes. The Blood Elves suffered, like, what is it? 80%? I actually looked it up for the Warcraft series. 80% losses during Warcraft 3. And they've managed to do pretty well for themselves, considering the fact that they're drifting towards being an endangered species. So... Ratchet, Deadlocked, Rain World, and the PMD block. You got it. Thank you, Act. As always. The Highborn, actually for the most part, the Highborn were pretty cool. A lot of people tend to forget that most of the Highborn did not go along with Queen Crapface.
Right.
Night Elves are interesting, because you'd think the Night Elves are terrible if all you've ever been exposed to is Tyrande, and I don't blame you for that, because she's Tyrande. But actually, the overwhelming majority of Night Elves are cool. They're just like, hey, what's up? You cool? Cool. Like, the number of Night Elves that are dicks is so small, I could probably count them on one hand. Now, unfortunately, they tend to be major characters, like Tyrande. There actually are no elves in the strictest sense of the word within the extant. So, either way, if there were, they would not be dicks, because I wouldn't do that. Fell elves, yeah, I'll give you that, but that's also true for any species that is also fell. So I don't really count that as particularly significant.
Many enter this forest and are never seen again. Let's hope we don't join them.
And to be clear, I'm not saying the Night Elves are exactly, like, pinnacles of goodness and righteousness. But you gotta think about this. You have to look at the Thalmor, which is an entire sect of elves who are so supremacist that they tried to rewrite reality. And then you look at the Night Elves, and it's just different zip codes, you know? Totally different fields. Although I suppose we do have to start thinking about werewolves, because we're being attacked by werewolves now. Oh, excuse me. And I suppose if we're getting down to that, like, the Thalmor, of course, are only one section of elves. Although even the Altmer are not exactly cool. Attack. Oh.
Let's get started.
Let's see. So we've got the Altmer, the Bossmer, the Dwemer, the Falmer. Yeah, the Aliens weren't exactly cool either. Orsimer. Thank you. I know there's one I was missing. Of those, the Orsimer tend to be pretty decent. Go figure. But yeah, the Dunmer, the Dwemer, yeah. The Altmer, yeah. But no, to answer Lord Hermot's question directly, the Altmer as a whole are not, like, horrible death doom. Unlike the Thalmor. Bossmer tend to be cool, actually. Bossmer tend to be cool. Correct, Yura. Did you just teleport?
The Watchwolves have spoken truly, my brothers and sisters. The Dalish and the human of all things, to repay us for our attack, to put us in our place. What bitter irony.
I thought werewolves couldn't talk.
We are beasts, but we are no longer simple and mindless. Let that thought chill your spine. You speak to Swift Runner. I lead my cursed brothers and sisters. Turn back now. Go back to the Dalish and tell them that you have failed. Tell them we will gladly watch them suffer the same curse we have suffered for too long. We will watch them pay.
You realize I'm more interested in talking, right? Otherwise I would already have set you on fire.
Was it not Zathrian who sent you? He wishes only our destruction.
I'm not Zathrian.
Talk.
Also, how would you know Zathrian?
We have never met, he and I. He would not survive the experience. I swear it.
Why?
You know nothing, do you? Nothing of us, and even less of those you serve. You are a fool, and we are done talking. Run from the forest while you can. Run to the Dalish and tell them they are doomed.
But the whole point here is I'm trying to talk to understand the situation that you yourself have claimed that I don't understand, so if you could just...
wish to fight you either, but we cannot trust you. Come, brothers and sisters, let us retreat. The forest has eyes of its own, and it will deal with intruders as it always has.
Also, I stand by my statement. The Bossmer are probably the best, most cool of the Murs, just as an overall body. And I understand how pathetic that is, and I absolutely stand by that. The Falmer aren't even people anymore, Pika. I don't think they count.
Let's make this quick, shall we?
Although I stand by what I said earlier. The Orsimer are actually the best elves in Elder Scrolls. Like, as a culture. As a culture group.
Let's get started.
We don't want to fight you! 2 groups of werewolves later. Pro tip, when you're made of fur, don't fight someone who shoots fire.
I suppose that could have been worse.
Thought for the future. I mean, let's be honest, though. There's no such thing as a good species in Elder Scrolls. The Argonians? Dunmer? Actually, now that I think about that, I take that back. The Khajiit are okay. Khajiit are okay.
Right.
And only the Khajiit.
Is that all you got?
Yeah, Khajiit has wares. I will not spoil, but they do some interesting thing with the hist in ESO. It was the only vanilla quest chain that actually caught my attention in all of ESO vanilla. Which sucked, by the way, to be very, very blunt about that. So we started Bardenfell, Panka. And have not concluded it because we switched over to WoW to get caught up on that. And once we finish with WoW, we will be catching up with Guild Wars 2. So ESO is like 2 steps down on the back burner right now. Actually 3, because I forgot we're actually going to be going through STO before we get back to ESO. There we go. Admittedly, we both decided we need a nice long break after ESO Vanilla because, I don't mean to overstate this, ESO Vanilla sucked. Like, we both, our will to play that game was sapped by going through Vanilla.
It's either you or me. It's going to be me. Let's get started. As you wish.
Yeah, I don't blame it. It's funny how many MMOs Vanilla sucks in. As we've said before, I think Tor is one of the only exceptions there, and even that's a asterisk exception. We played all the way through one faction. I would rather rip out my teeth and shove them into my eyes than play through the other 2 factions. Especially given how much of it is repeat content, which is a fairly large portion of it, by the way.
Here we go!
Slightly different quest arcs. Barely different story, doing the same actual quests in the same zone, you know? No thank you. But thank you, Daniel Dart. No, that's WoW, Lord Hermit. Although, that's an interesting question. What's worse, WoW Vanilla or ESO Vanilla? I'd have to think about that. WoW Vanilla. Easy question. Alright, so. Yakuza like Dragon. Batman. Streaminations. And Voyager. Streaminations. You got it. Thank you. As always. FF14 Vanilla. You know, that's an interesting question. What's worse, WoW Vanilla or ARR? Now, I warned you this would happen, so we're going to do a quick AFK break. We're going to save. We're going to pull up the pause menu, because we can pause this game, unlike some other games I could mention. EverQuest Vanilla. Oh, God! That's not even a game, Pillars of Snow. And that's not a joke. It's not actually a game. But anyways, here, have some music. I'll be back in a minute. That's an interesting question. Why was Fëanor a dick? Good question. No, I was talking about the Arbor and stuff. That's valid, Blade. You're right. You're right. We could play all three factions, but I'm going to be as nice about this as I possibly can. I would rather go replay Devil May Cry 2 twice than go to the other two factions in ESO. Alright, so, vanilla. Okay, so there's the wife. We need to avoid her at all costs.
I do not think we made any progress. We could barely see our way through the mist, and now we are back at the beginning again.
On it.
Frickin' Selvins.
Enough. This should be easy.
To end their pathetic little existences.
I am quite aware, Blancheval. We still have that quest, as of this moment in time.
Time to be crushed.
Oh dear. Not a werewolf and not a spirit even. What are the woods coming to?
Yes and no, Latario. Role-playing is all fun and good, but the more I play video games, the less I find interest in trying to play someone other than myself. Which I know sounds pathetic and terrible, but I stand by it. You might think, why, Lore? Because I don't get to play myself in real life. In real life, something bad happens, it's like, well, that sucks. Video game, something bad happens, I'm like, I got your back. And then I do. So, yeah. Who are you?
Questions, always questions. They say it was questions that made me mad. Will you do the same for you? Ask a question and you'll get a question, but give an answer and you'll receive the same. Oh, I do so love to trade.
Okay. You're obviously very mad.
No, that is not a question. And if it be an answer, it'd be an answer to a question I've not asked. Have you no sense for the rules?
Be careful, Grey Warden. This is no ordinary man. He is a mage. Driven mad, perhaps, but still powerful.
No fair bringing mages to a guessing game. Will you play by the rules or not?
I do hope it works well for you, Savicom, and you can enjoy it. Ask me a question.
I think it is your turn to ask, is it not?
Got anything to trade?
Let's see. I'll trade you an acorn, a helmet I found, or a book I finished reading years ago, provided you have something interesting in return.
How about the acorn?
Oh, and what do you have to trade for the acorn?
Gold?
Coin? What possible use could I have with coin? Do you see a money changer about?
Well, never mind then.
Well, that's your business then, isn't it? I still answered your question, and now it's my turn again.
You want to ask me another question?
May I? Oh, yes, I think I might. Now, what shall be the first? Oh, yes. What is your name?
Winifred.
Uh-huh. So you claim. They sent you, didn't they? But you're too tricky, and you're trying to fool me. Well, I'm on to you, just so you know. But it is your turn to ask now. Ask. Ask away, I dare you.
Why do you live in a stump?
Yes, I live here, and it's not as bad as you think. Where else to go, eh? I must stay away from them. They're out there and looking. They will take your secrets, oh yes, all of them, and leave you empty. But that's all I have to say about that. An answer for an answer. There you go.
All right. Do you have another question?
May I? Oh yes, I think I might. Where were you born?
Denerim, actually.
So you say. Fiendishly clever of you to maintain this facade for so long, but I will see through it yet. Mark my words. But it is your turn to ask now. Ask. Ask away, I dare you.
How do I enter the center of the forest?
It's where the wolfmen have their lair, but the trees will block the path. There's a way to fool the trees, of course. Trees are thick, wooden things, after all, easily fooled if you know how.
And how do you fool them?
Oh my, no, that's quite a question. I think that answer deserves something a little extra first, don't you? I stole something from an oak tree some time ago, and it won't stop pestering me for it back. Would you be so good as to turn it into firewood or something equally dead?
What oak tree are you talking about?
Oh, just some large, talking, rhyming oak tree that's missing its acorn now. He's far off to the southwest, deep within the forest. Rather hard to miss.
What do you mean by missing its acorn?
Just what I said. That's what I stole, after all. Weren't you listening? So the oak needs to be chopped down.
I'm not going to kill someone because you asked me to.
It's up to you. Yes, indeedy. Your choice. Time to move on now.
Okay.
Oh, I see. You're going to report to them now, are you? Fine. Goodbye.
Okay.
Right.
Hold on, you. That's private property. That's an old man's home, that is. Keep out. Keep out.
Uh-huh. Are you one of them, Loner? I knew it. You know, I'm not even sure my SNES works anymore. Or my NES, or my PS1. I know my N64 doesn't work. We ran into that on stream. So, you know, that was cool. It's true, Loner. I was always one of us.
That'd make an interesting pet.
I mean, the N64 has always been cursed for streaming. That's not a new problem. I bet my SNES still works, but I actually don't have the hardware to hook it up to anything anymore, so I couldn't even tell if I wanted to. Yeah, don't worry, they're actually bears. Not spider bears. I thought about buying one of those Nithrius, but I realized...
I want to carve Ogren was here in that thing. Uh-huh.
I realized I don't really care. I know that sounds like a strange statement. But, like, emulating SNES stuff is extremely easy, and I have the entire SNES library in ROM format. And I got a bunch of SNES games right there to prove that I own them, so I'm not particularly worried about that. So, you know...
Should be easy enough.
Yeah, speaking of hard fights, by the way. People smarter than me could tell you, Europe, but the N64 was a very strange console in terms of its hardware, in terms of its infrastructure. And so it's a thing. to get it emulated and to get it working and on modern outputs. Huh. Let's disturb the wards. Oh god, what have I done? Then you may consider yourself fortunate, Yura, because I have quite literally never not had issues streaming N64 stuff. 100% of the N64 games we have streamed, we've had issues with. I may die to this fight. Right, they're immune. Just the dicks. Yeah, this fight is the fight I remember as being one of the hardest fights in this particular chapter. This exact fight I'm doing right now. Yeah, Revenant fights are mean in general, so that tracks. I do have a SNES Classic. It's actually right up there. That was kind of a just in case. That was before the Steam Deck existed. So I wanted something just in case. What, the Steam Deck? No. Or the SNES Classic? No, the SNES doesn't even have like half my SNES games on it. I'm just gonna emulate like I always do. So yeah, Juggernaut gear. Plus resistance to friggity everything. That's some tank stuff right there.
Right.
Congrats, Savako. Yes, the SNES Classic is an emulation box. It has a couple of other little bells and whistles, but that's what it boils down to. Let's see. What am I rising for right now? Oh, that's right. I am getting haste is my next goal. I use a USB controller, although, in the interest of fairness, I have to jump through a lot of hoops to get it working, so... Prettiest console design? You like the physical box? I've never thought about that. Let me think about that for a second.
On it.
Well, I have nothing to specialize into yet, Latario, so by definition, yes.
Enemies approaching.
Ah!
As you wish.
This is a waste of time. Prepare to be crushed.
I'm going to deliberately not include handhelds into that equation. So with that being kept in mind, I'm actually leaning towards my Wii U. It's actually right there. I can look over at it. It's sleek. It's simple. It's black. It's got a nice little stand thing if you want to lay it upright or you want to put it on your side. It's not too big. It's not too small. And yeah, it's pretty comfy. I like it. So yeah, I think I'm going to default to the Wii U.
You're mine.
Now, best looking controller. Not the most useful, not the most comfortable, not the most like objectively, good designed, but the most good looking controller. Also, everyone's favorite NPC. Oh, hang on. Gotta kill something else first. Hang on, let me kill his brother. Then we can talk to him. Good morning, Polka Sweater.
What manner of beast be thee that comes before this elder tree?
How can you talk?
How do I speak? The same as you. I form the words and sound them true. Now I have answered a query of thine, but thou hast yet to answer mine.
I am a human.
Ah, yes. I remember thy kind, so brief of life and all but blind to the peril you cause, the lives you take. Such chaos is sown within thy wake. Allow me a moment to welcome thee. I am called the Grand Oak, sometimes the Elder Tree.
It's a poet tree. A poetry. Don't you get it?
The world is certainly full of marvelous, unexpected creations. Each day we see something that we never thought possible.
And unless thou thinkst it far too soon, might I ask of thee a boon?
Why do you speak in rhymes?
I do not know. Why dost thou not? Thy words seem plain, a mundane lot. Perhaps a poet's soul's in me. Does that make me a poetry?
Thanks for doubling up on the joke there, Ogren. Appreciate you. I get it.
It was but a simple jest, a jibe to entertain my guest.
What would you like me to do?
I have but one desire, to solve a matter very dire. As I slept one early morn, a thief did come and steal an acorn.
The Hermit, right?
That is the thief, the one I seek. It is he who rendered my future bleak.
Okay, I'll help you.
Go to the east to find this man. I shall await. Do what thou can.
So who do you help? The crazed old man or the crazed old tree? Because it's kind of her choice. Yeah, we gotta help the poor sap. Credit to PB Good Faith. By the way, this is just personal opinion. And I have nothing to back this up, but I've always felt like this was the first dungeon they designed when they were making this game. And I don't have any hard evidence of that whatsoever, except for a vague vibe that this is the most KOTOR this game gets right here. The structure of the quests, the nature of how you progress through the zones themselves, the layout of the zones, and the combat encounters we have here. It just feels very KOTOR. It's also very brown. That's not the KOTOR part, I just was commenting on it.
What's this now? You again? Why don't you go away?
I'm here to kill you.
Not fair. Not fair. This is completely against the rules.
Did I just pull out Mercy? I think I did.
Nah! Don't you have any manners whatsoever? Were you raised by a rodent?
That's true. The geometry is very corridor. It's simultaneously easier and harder to get stuck here. Because easier, because it's so bland and samey looking, but harder because there's just nothing to explore.
You're a robber, is what you are. They sent you, didn't they? Well, I'll show you. They won't get away with this.
Can I kill you already? Please? Hey, finally. Okay, cool. God. The things you have to do to commit murder in this game, I swear. If only it was easier to kill people, you know? Just... It's our first shatter. The whole game. Hey, I should jot that down while I'm thinking about that. Oh, hey, I'm frozen. He's dead.
Right.
It's fine, Latario. The Chantry has our best interests in mind.
Get started.
Yeah, I honestly don't remember all the combos off the top of my head. There's quite a few. Okay, we have the icon. That's what I thought. I just thought I'd check. I guess I can look that up really quick. I mean, this, why not, right? Hang on. What do we got here? So we've got advanced reanimation when you do Spell Might plus Animate Dead, which summons a skeletal minion with additional abilities. You've got Entropic Dead, which is Death Hex plus Death Cloud, which makes them suffer entropic death, which makes them do 200 plus 2 times spirit damage, spirit power, spirit damage instantly. There's the Flame Quencher, which is Grease Fire plus Blizzard. There's Grease Fire, which is Grease plus Fire. It's a pretty common one. Improved Drain, which is Vulnerability Hex plus Drain. There's Nightmare, which is Sleep plus Horror. There's Paralysis Explosion, which is Glyph of Paralysis, and then Glyph of Repulsion. Shattering, which we just saw. There's actually a lot of ways to proc that. Shockwave, which is Crushing Prison plus Force Field. And, of course, the one everybody knows, the one I could do right now, actually. Oh, wait, no, I couldn't, because I don't have Spell Might, which is Spell Might, Blizzard, and Tempest for Storm of the Century, which is fun. Storm of the Century is the, nah, I just want everything in this room to die button. Also known as something you never use on Nightmare difficulty, because it'll kill your own party members like that. Yeah, the prison one's good. Spirit Prison's pretty decent. We actually saw that during the Fade sequence, among other things. Fine. Bah. There are, in fact, rooms in which everything should die. My personal favorite is we're taking down slavers when we go through the alienage. It's like, hey. And it's a nice big open room with a whole lot of enemies down there. And so if you control your party properly, you just spell might, drop one storm, drop the other storm, and, well, a lot of them are ranged, so they die. Not all of them are ranged. That's why you keep some of your people up top to handle the stragglers.
My acorn is still gone, so I pray to thee. Hast thou any news for me?
Here you go.
My joy soars to new heights indeed. I am reunited with my seed. As I promised, here it be. I hope its magic pleases thee. Keep this branch of mine with thee, and pass throughout the forest free. I wish thee well, my mortal friend. Thou brought my sadness to an end. May the sunlight find you, thy days be long, thy winters kind, and thy roots be strong.
And before you ask, yes, I jotted down a positive for the poet tree. Did you just level to? Oh my god, stop leveling! Actually, let's do this instead. I need to figure out how I'm going to set that up. Hang on. Sorry, 1 second. I have a setup for this. I'm trying to remember what it is. I could just do that. Let's just try that. Let's just try that. See how this works out. Just leave Cleansing Aura on. We'll see how that works out. I remember I had a setup, which I don't think I even shown off on camera, which was a way to turn on Cleansing Aura and then turn off Cleansing Aura based on input. Because you can do that. You can do stuff like that. We'll just leave it on. See how it works. It's, admittedly kind of pathetic, but the difficulty I am least familiar with is the one I'm playing right now. Unlike Dragon Age 2, which we'll talk about when we get there.
The forest has not been vigilant enough. Still you come. You are stronger than we could have anticipated. The Dalish chose well. But you do not belong here, outsider. Leave this place.
Thank you, 10-headed Hydra. Always appreciate you, but as a reminder, you can put that towards up to 3 things, not merely 1, if it is so your desire. Why aren't you letting me try to settle this stupid dispute?
You are sent by the treacherous Dalish to kill Witherfang. I will not stand by and allow that to happen.
You realize you started the attacks, right?
And they deserve no less. You are an intruder in our home. You come to kill, as all your kind do. We have learned this lesson well. Here, Witherfang protects us. Here we learn our names and are beloved. We will defend Witherfang and this place with our lives.
So when you say my kind, do you mean humans, mages, adventurers, PCs? There's some room for interpretation there.
You or me, and it isn't going to be me.
Oh yeah, PG-13 warning in a minute. We're not there yet, but we're getting there. Anyhow, we managed the Frost cutscene. Oh yeah, there's an ancient tombstone. I'm sure nothing bad could happen from using this tombstone. That's why it's a PG-13 warning, Loner. If it was nipples, then it'd be an R warning. And if it was... I'm trying to think what's worse than nipples. Is there anything worse than nipples? Male nipples. Alright, let's disturb the gravestone. Now we've used the gravestone. Exactly. The bat suit. Oh, God. The bat suit. No! Finish dying so I can take your armor. There it is. Juggernaut! Which I still haven't decided who that's going to yet. Like, ideally it should go to Alistair because he's my tank, but we haven't been using Alistair because I always use Alistair. Best vampires in fiction? I mean, by default, that's probably VTMB.
We are invaded. Intruders have
Or VTM, excuse me. I don't know why I said B.
Fall back to the ruins. Protect the lady.
World of Darkness is what I'm trying to say.
As you wish.
Smells like wet dog in here.
I have not, Loner. I didn't even know there was such a thing. Oh, Alistair's awesome. It's just, that's kind of why I'm not using him. I always use him. I know Alistair inside and out. If you know what I mean. And so, you know, I don't really need to bring it. It's the same reason I'm not bringing Morrigan for the most part. Because it's like... Because I know Morrigan inside and out, if you know what I mean. And so, it's like, Here's the most KOTOR song in the game, by the way. Tell me this isn't KOTOR music. Tell me to my face. Lie to me. Lie to me like you're French girls. Listen, all I'm saying, Lord Hermit, is I'm finally going to have all kinds of sex. The reason Wynn is in the party is because she's a healer. That's it. That's the reason. KOTOR did have some legit music.
On it.
And it didn't have giant rocks.
I love it.
You've never played KOTOR, Lord Hermit? Why? Like, no judgment. I'm honestly curious. What's the reasoning? If you say that I hate Star Wars, that's okay. You know, I've known people, strange people who hate Star Wars. Like, I don't even think KOTOR is that good of a game, but still, come on. KOTOR.
Did you hear that? Sounds like loud breathing.
That's fine. I wouldn't worry about it. That's not loud breathing. That's my mother when she's trying to get some sleep. Ah, well, I'm sure it's fine. Oh god, no, no. Yeah, that's another thing. KOTOR 1 is turbo buggy. Just, God. It's okay. We'll totally get that remaster / remake someday, right? Well, they've already officially canceled. Twice. Ah. So, hello, dragon.
As you wish.
That's true, Lataria. Only weirdos watch Star Wars.
Now we're going to...
I am also someone who watches Star Wars, of course. Hey, it's a fancy vase.
This should be easy enough.
That's an odd question, Yura. I mean, So, okay. The reason that people generally don't release games in general on iPad is because of Apple. Apple is Byzantine when it comes to their procedure for getting apps in general, not just with regards to games, on their products. And they also take a rather large portion of the proceeds. And there's some other bullcrap they get up to behind the scenes, which, frankly, I don't feel like talking about right now. I already have talked about that kind of stuff because that was the topic of several lore weeks in a row, thanks to some lawsuits that were going on. So regardless of all other possible thought processes, that's the big barrier to entry right there. Where? There they are. Sorry. See, that sounds awful, Gum Gum. That sounds like, you know, tyrannical dictatorship to me, not a military. Go ahead, get the joke out of your system. I know you're going to do it. How the hell is that? Oh no, it's the dead. What is with this freaking forest, man? I personally like Fear Not, which was British Tank Division. I can't even remember the name of it right now. Still a good one. Which is funny because that's also British, just like the SAS. One second. British mottos. Do you have a flag?
This should be easy.
Well, while they're doing that, I'm going to write down some notes because I just had a thought. Listen, we're not selling opium, but I'm just saying if you happen to be in our area, you know, might be able to find some opium. Want some opium? I got some opium. Oh, you don't want to buy our opium. That's okay. Let's go to war twice. You've heard of history summarized or oversimplified? Sorry. This is history mega simplified. Here, I'll summarize Rome for you. Hey, what's that over there? We should take it.
What? Take that.
Yeah, let me summarize World War I for you.
Mummy? Mummy, no matter, son.
You're looking for your mother. Maybe I can help you find her.
Mummy! Mummy! Mummy!
Whoever you're looking is no longer here. Also, you're a ghost, and here comes a bunch of dead. Yeah, this fight sucks. Okay, I got the Tempest off. Let's get the other one off. Yep, Ghost Boy sold us out. We couldn't find his mom, and he's like, aha! Let's get out of the death storm there. Like you do. I take the jug. I fill the jug. I drink the water. I leave the pool alone. What's it mean, Loner? I pour the water. I place the jug. I leave the altar. This is impossible! Alright. Shale, go through that door. Alright, fine. I roll Arcana. Alright, let's go over here. Fill the jug. Which is option 5 for some reason. Here we go. Fire. Gum. I have no idea. There we go. We kneel and pray. Oh God! What have we done? I just wanted to help you sleep. I don't blame them. I get kind of cranky when I'm woken up too. Right. Okay. Wait, what? Where'd the water in the jug go? God damn it. They took my water. They took my water. Ugh, okay, fine. Fill it with water. And then Google it, because I'm already tired of this. Let's see. Okay, so place the jug on top of the altar, which is what we already did. Then we kneel and pray, which is what we already did. And then there was a fight. And then we take a single sip. Except it's empty. What? Alright, hang on. Fill the jug. It's just... Come on, GM. Work with me. Place the filled jug on the altar. Examine the jug on the altar. Take a single sip of water. Which is also the wrong choice, consequently. Okay. That actually feels like that's bugged. Because both choices are wrong, and that's not how that should be. No, don't. Like, I've got the walkthrough right there. Come on, game. Okay, so jug.
Right.
Place jug on altar. Kneel before altar and pray. And then that's the wrong choice. You know what? I don't care about Juggernaut armor that much. We're just going to move on. And then we got the Juggernaut armor. Because actually this feels like it's bugged. It's either bugged or I have the wrong walkthrough. Although, considering that I'm looking at the walkthrough and I just scroll down a little bit, and it says, bug! There is a chance that entering the correct sequence will cause the water to boil, allowing the quest to not be completable.
This should be easy enough.
Which is exactly the situation we are currently in. So that's cool. Now I'm turned around. Wait, did we already... We did not. Okay. Ogren, would you stop leveling? Damn it. God damn it. Hey, death.
Just me, or do you actually think you have a chance? Watch for the demons. This should be easy enough.
I know some players, including me, actually, who on harder playthroughs will beeline for the Brazilian forest, specifically to gain access to this spec as early as possible. That's the idea, Croatia. Honestly, we should be pretty close to done, if not for the fact that I lost 2.5 days to, you know, being violently ill. Dragon Age Origins is, believe it or not that long of a game, not compared to, you know, nonsense games. Okay. presence in the gem is alarmed at our touch. It recoils in fear, and the images that rush in your mind are ones of imprisonment and loneliness. The presence thinks quickly, bewildered. Finally, it decides you are in fact real and not a product of its fevered imagination. I do have some water. Thank you for asking, BB Good Fate. More images flash through your mind. Time the presence has spent within the life gem. Time where the presence has slept, gone mad, and then slept again. The presence has no name it can remember. You get the sense of an elf in glittering armor, but that was a long time ago. Remembered as if through a fog. The images come slow, as the presence must think to a time it barely recalls at all. You see a place of serenity, where the eldest came to slumber, and visited by those who offer tribute to their gods on their behalf. The presence's memory of what happens is uncertain. There are flashes of violence and war, but it's too long ago. So let me jump in and say that it would not surprise me. This is obviously a retcon. But it would not surprise me is that if this entity, this elf that was trapped in here, was trapped during the time of the ancient elves, a.k.a. the horrifically evil jackass elves. Just, yeah. You were once a mage. Yes, an elf in silver armor, mage and warrior both. Arcane warrior. What's an arcane warrior? Remembers little. There's an order of elven mages who channel spells into their strength, fighting as arcane warriors to defend their charges. Presence could give you what knowledge it is, but you can become one yourself or teach if you choose. In return, it only asks one thing from you: oblivion. I will help you. Presence can't remember where the altar is, but it knows the life gem must be placed on it. Do it! Done. Can the endless nightmare finally be over? The images that are sent to you are a clear question. Do you wish to learn the skill of the arcane warrior? Yes, please. The memories flood into your mind. They are hazy and incomplete, but enough for any mage to gather the talents. Now, we can do what I honestly consider to be one of the most evil things in the whole setting. This is an elf who has been trapped in a mindless soul prison for so long that it has lost sense of identity and self and has completely descended into total insanity. And we can just be like, nah, and just toss the artifact aside so it clatters to the ground a couple of feet away from the one thing that will grant it peace. What the crap? God. Now, that one qualifies as a suicide, by the way. Assisted suicide, but definitely suicide. No, really. So, Arcane Spec. That's just... this button? No. Oh, whatever, we'll do this. Boop. Arcane Warrior. Go and grab that. And then we'll look at our abilities that gives us. So, Combat Magic, which is a sustained. While this mode is active, the Arcane Warrior channels magic inward, trading increased fatigue for an increased attack power. Ability to use spell power to determine combat damage. Aura of Might and Fade Shroud improve the effect. Additionally, regardless of whether the mode is active, the Arcane Warrior who has learned this spell may use the magic attribute to satisfy the strength requirement to equip weapons and armor. That right there is by itself worth the price of admission for Arcane Warrior. It allows you to wear armor, to put it extraordinarily simply. You just crank your magic stat, and you can wear the, you know, the 30, 40, 50, whatever strength armor requirements, however that gets up to. Then you get some other things like, you know, prowess grows and blah, blah, blah. So you can actually play as a melee if you choose to. But whether you play as a melee or a mage, the ability to wear armor is invaluable, in my opinion, which is why I bother to get that pretty much every single time. But really, we came here to grant that poor soul peace, because I can imagine what that feels like. That's how I'm going to phrase that. Agreed, Lord Wallenstein. Yeah, no, what happens if you're the Borg is arguably worse. since you're actually doing stuff as a drone.
Let's get started.
They do keep you alive a lot longer than they otherwise would, though. Yeah, there's a reason I don't do that, Von Falkenstein. Much as I enjoy freezing and knocking over my own party members. Also, I don't have Spell Might, so I can't complete the combo. Save. Huh. There's a weird phylactery. Oh, God!
Let's get started.
Death to all brigands. Go down! Let's get on with it.
Well, again, I don't have Spell Might, Lord Hermit, so even if I wanted to use Spell of the Century, or Storm of the Century, I physically am incapable of doing so. At the moment.
Will make lovely crunching noises.
And you go. I mean, the Flood can warp reality at a certain point. So. Okay, this is an interesting setup. I would not count the Zerg as evil, no. I'm sorry, I don't remember. Which one was the 6th Assassin's Creed game? It's not even a hard room, really. It's just an irritating room. Oh, Armored Core. Could have also been Asheron's Call or Ace Combat, because we can't get enough of AC games, apparently. Hey, Wynn, could you get cleansing going, please? Wynn.
As you like. As you say.
Thank you. Oh, that'll be the day loner.
Right.
Why are there so many dead in this place? Syndicate. Yeah, I wasn't a huge fan of Syndicate. I mean, there's worse, but... Oh, I know, Loner. And everyone remembers the Scrolls incident.
On it.
Oh, okay. Syndicate was better than Unity. I can say that definitively because I've reviewed both under the current system. Oh, ooh, hello, hello. Oh my god. Okay, hang on. Wasn't that a current review? Hang on, let's go look that up while we do this. Let's see. So, yeah, Unity and Syndicate are under the current system. Unity scored a 0. Syndicate scored 40.28. Oh, Jesus. Let's just rewind. Let's just rewind. Yeah, kettle chips just hurt my gums. Can't just be me, right?
As you wish.
No, gum. But then again, we shouldn't be able to beat the Flood or the Borg, to be very blunt, so it's just whatever. I will say there's one thing I miss about having Alistair in the party. Having a dedicated tank who's, you know, good at it. Let's just sit here for a minute. Let's chill, stretch, you know. Yeah, the only homeworld we've had is Cataclysm. Lord Hermit. I like you as a character, Shale, but man, you suck. But yeah, the homeworld block is going to be everything else. Might include 3. Do we even have a release window on 3 yet? I know it's in early access. I know people are streaming and playing it. So. No, Von Falkenstein. First of all, getting the old games running and streamable is a huge hassle, speaking from experience. So we're kind of limited to the remaster. Having said that, I will probably mod the remaster of both 1 and 2, because I'm not masochistic. Oh, that's sooner than I thought. Every now and again, I wish I was just playing the Monoclash build again, you know? I would have killed this thing already. Did you see that? Did you see the fireball just go... Well, either way, I'm not going to play through the games twice, because honestly, I don't think the review is going to be substantially different. Don't mistake me. It would be different. Specific versions matter. Let me up! Let me up. Up. Okay, as I've always said, specific editions do matter and change the review and all those fun facts here. Why don't you use that?
Ready.
Thank you. But I don't think they're different enough to warrant a second playthrough. It would be like reviewing Ocarina of Time twice, to use a specific example. The two games are just too similar, you know?
Show me what you've got. As you wish.
Yeah, as I say, Gearbox is having issues right now, and is owned by Embracer Group, which, you know, is in the middle, right now, of self-destructing. They're very, very quick to follow THQ. And that's going to be problematic for several games, least of which being Star Trek Online, which is why we bumped that up to last year. So that's cool. Oh, that sucks, Von Falkenstein. For just a second, you got my hopes up. For like half a second. I was like, co-op campaign mode? Nope. Co-op secondary mode. Just that close to being excited for Homeworld 3. Gone. It's like Mario Wonder. Does it have co-op? No. Or road tax. Stop getting stuck on the terrain.
Let's get started.
I saw that, Sarura. And that sounds awesome, because I actually really like the co-op, the variant gameplay of the co-op commanders. Put it that way. The mutators of it. Yeah, the problem is, with Embracer Group going under, maybe, who knows what's going to happen. And that is the problem in a nutshell. That could go any number of ways. That could be good, that could be bad, that could be both. It could be neither. It could be business as usual. Who knows? It's a... Like... I was looking it up just 2 days ago. Do you know how much stuff Embracer Group owns? Not even just video games. Did you know that Dark Horse Comics is under Embracer Group now? Like, the amount of stuff that Embracer Group has is bonkers. Why is it not? Oh, there it is.
On it. Let's get started.
Ew.
As you wish.
Oh no, werewolves. Very flammable werewolves. Yeah, we're dead. Moment we got overwhelmed. That was the end of that. Thanks for the rejuvenate, but could you, like... Oh, of course you couldn't. Whatever. Let's just live with it. Just live with it. Just live with it. Wow, this dungeon is long and boring, isn't it? I kind of forgot how long and boring this is. The good news is this is it. We don't have, like, another dungeon after this. And we're about to unlock a shortcut. So, yay. You know, I'm starting to feel you on this, Dakota. We all talk bad about the deep roads and the Fade, but the forest is just grating on me more than either of them did. You know my opinion on the forest, or the Fade and the other one. Dave.
Stop! Brothers and sisters, be at ease. We do not wish any more of our people hurt. I ask you this now, outsider. Are you willing to parley?
Are you joking?
Not with me. I have been sent to you on behalf of the lady. She believes you may not be aware of everything you should be. She means you no harm, provided your willingness to parley in peace is an honest one.
Do you know how many dozens of you I have murdered my way through here already? You do not have the ability to, like, talk down to me on this matter, okay?
What would be the point? You have already proven your strength. We have no wish to anger you further.
Okay, well, for having a brain, you win. Let's go talk to this lady.
It wishes to speak to these creatures? What is the point? We've slaughtered our way this far. What's a bit further?
I mean, you realize it's not a weakness to seek out alternatives, right, Shale?
Fine. Arguing with that logic will just give me a headache, I swear.
Can you...
Follow me. But I warn you, if you break your promise and harm her, I will come back from the Fade itself to see you pay.
Okay. Oh yeah, PG-13 warning. It's okay. It's okay. No nipples. So it'll catch Google's thing, but not Twitch's thing. I like her hands. Like the way the branches kind of come out and complement her fingers. It's cool.
I bid you welcome, mortal. I am the Lady of the Forest.
Thank you for talking to me.
Do not listen to her, lady. She will betray you. We must attack her now.
Hush, Swift Runner. Your urge for battle has only seen the death of the very ones you've been trying to save. Is that what you want?
No, my lady. Anything but that.
And the time has come to speak with this outsider, to set our rage aside. I apologize on Swift Runner's behalf. He struggles with his nature.
Rabid dogs must be put down.
Truer words were never spoken. But few could claim the same as these creatures, that their very nature is a curse forced upon them. No doubt you have questions, mortal.
What's funniest is the choker.
Zathrian has not told you.
The choker she has doesn't really hide the neck seam, so they added the choker and it didn't do anything.
It was Zathrian who created the curse that these creatures suffer. The same curse that Zathrian's own people now suffer. Centuries ago, when the Dalish first came to this land, a tribe of humans lived close to this forest. They sought to drive the Dalish away. Zathrian was a young man then. He had a son and daughter he loved greatly. And while out hunting, the human tribe captured them both.
The humans tortured the boy, killed him. The girl they raped and left for dead.
Gotta get the edge in.
The Dalish found her, but she learned later she was with child. She killed herself.
Yeah, that's, moving on.
Zathrian came to this ruin and summoned a terrible spirit, binding it to the body of a great wolf. So Witherfang came to be. Witherfang hunted the humans of the tribe. Many were killed, but others were cursed by his blood, becoming twisted and savage creatures.
Twisted and savage, just as Witherfang himself is.
So the Dalish leader misled us.
And yet they call it human nature.
They were driven into the forest. When the human tribe finally left for good, their cursed brethren remained, pitiful and mindless animals.
Until I found you, my lady. You gave me peace.
I showed Swiftrunner that there was another side to his bestial nature. I soothed his rage and his humanity emerged. And he brought others to me.
So why are you going after the Dalish?
In part, we seek to end the curse. The crimes committed against Zathrian's children were grave, but they were committed centuries ago by those who are long dead. Word was sent to Zathrian every time the landships passed this way, asking him to come, but he has always ignored us. We will no longer be denied.
What is wrong with your lips?
We spread the curse to his people, so he must end the curse to save them.
Please, mortal. You must go to him. Bring him here. If he sees these creatures, hears their plight, surely he will agree to end the curse.
We can also kill the elves and kill Zathrian and rule on high as pact leader? That doesn't... You know what? I take it back. That sounds dumb. Let's not even bother with that.
Tell him if he refuses, I will ensure that Witherfang is never found. He will never cure his clan.
I said I'd go, lady.
Outside of this chamber, the passage leading back to the surface has been opened for you. Return with Zathrian as soon as you can.
Hi, Zeros. I don't know if this is available on the PlayStation. Does anybody else have any information on that? Hell, I had to get this game technically a second time for this very run. Or I guess that would actually be a third time, wouldn't it? Whatever. Bingo on Falkenstein. I tend to forget that I bought the CD copy of this game originally because I don't actually have it anymore. Well, I'm not... Actually, I'm extremely sentimental, but I only hold on to stuff if I have a reason to. So, like, if I have something I don't care about or have no reason to care about, then I toss it or give it away or whatever. And I remove it from my presence. So, you remember my original take on Dragon Age Origins, right? How much I hated the game? Yeah, that disc went away. I actually gave it to a friend, but still. That went out the door. I bought the Ultimate Edition on Steam years later when I finally did that second playthrough, and that's when I actually started liking the game. I am using EA because I kind of have to. The Steam version, I don't want to say it doesn't work, but it is a recurring bug that a lot of people have with the Steam version of the game. The GOG version has the same bug, but a workaround for it. And the EA version just works. What's the bug? I talked about this at the very beginning of the run. So what it boils down to is the game needs to hook its graphic settings in order to work properly on systems in general, not just modern systems. But this is true back in the day as well. So when you start up the game, the first time it has to fire up a launcher, and that launcher is where you set up your actual settings. Makes sense. Thing is, the launcher will not work in the Steam version at all. Again, for me and for other people. The GOG version has a workaround, which allows you to launch the launcher in a different way and then set up your graphics settings. The EA version bypasses the launcher completely and just launches the game. So, here we are. This is not where I wanted to go, I think? Hang on. Hold up. Really? That's a lot more recently than I thought, Shadow Machine. That's what I thought. Don't mind me, I'm just going completely the wrong way. I blame the tiredness on that one. I'm pretty out of it. I might cut off as soon as we finish the forest and just lay down for a bit. We haven't talked about the vials yet, although we have encountered several of them already. Wrong way, Lore. Hey, Colgrim. What are we at with the vials so far? I don't think it actually even has a thing at the moment, does it? Yeah, it doesn't look like it does. We are at the moment trying to wrap up the Brazilian forest. Lord Hermit has argued that we should do the evil action to do the evil action. We might be too late to take the evil path. Or we do a hard save. Poke around at it. I have also discovered something that surprised me. I dislike the Brazilian forest more than I dislike the Fade or the Deep Roads. In hindsight, that makes sense. I've never particularly enjoyed this portion of the game. But actually really sitting here and going through it, it's very, very bland. It's very linear. There's nothing that really varies it up or makes it interesting on a gameplay axis. And it's a lot of samey corridors with lots and lots of irritating trash. But then you add on to it the fact that the quest design of this particular section is not only less, as in there are less quests of interest, but most of those quests kind of suck compared to, like, you know, the Deep Road sucks, sure. But think about this. At least the Deep Roads have the Ruck quest, right? At least Orzammar has some awesome quest chains, some of the best quest chains in the game. What does the Forest have in terms of quests? The boy and his date? So yeah, I'm currently leaning towards the Forest being a pretty strong net negative. And that's why I say it's worse than the Deep Roads, because what I mean is it's worse than the Orzammar segment. Because the Orzammar segment has a lot going for it. It just also has the Deep Roads. Yeah, all the work went into the rhyming guy. Did I save? God. Hang on. We saved, okay. You know what? I've changed my mind. Let's murder them all.
Go.
The passage just outside of
No? Okay, hang on. Of course, the Fate is the worst thing in the whole game, obviously. And I agree with you 100%. Definitely. No arguments. Ever. Okay. Hey, look, a treasure pile. It is also the least interesting of the main quests just from an MSQ perspective. Because again, I define this as MSQ. Stop getting caught on the frickin' stairs! Hi, Zathrian.
Ah, and here you are already.
I mean, that doesn't make half the game unenjoyable, Colgrim, because think about the depth and breadth of, say, Orzammar versus the depth and breadth of the Brazilian Forest. Also, you're ignoring things like the stuff that isn't part of the major zones, Lothering, for example, or Ostagar, or the Origins, for that matter. Also, Denerim, even though it's kind of a major zone, is actually more like 3 major zones overall. We've also got the entire Urn quest chain, which is kind of its own thing. I like Lothering. I think Lothering is a good intro. It's a good tutorialization. It's got good quest design. It's lucrative if you feel like it. It's completely optional. You just walk right through it and leave. And it's gradiently optional. You can do as much of Lothering as you want to. So, I like Lothering. I think it's very well designed. So, hi, Zathrian. What are you doing here?
You have carved a safe path through the forest. Safe enough for me to follow, anyhow.
I don't like this one. Can we not simply crush its head?
There was no way to tell what would happen once you reached this ruin, so I decided to come myself.
We need to chat.
Yes, there will be plenty of time for that. Did you acquire the heart?
Listen, Tuvok. No, I didn't get your damn thing.
You didn't. May I ask then, why are you leaving the ruin?
The lady won't summon Witherfang until you break the curse.
You do understand that she actually is Witherfang?
Yeah.
She is the powerful spirit of this ancient forest that I summoned long ago and bound in the body of the wolf. Her nature is that of the forest itself. Beautiful and terrible, serene and savage, maiden and beast. She is the lady and Witherfang both, 2 sides of a single being. The curse came first from her. Those she afflicted with it mirrored her own nature, becoming savage beast as well as human.
Right. But the curse came from you.
They attacked my clan, and they were the same savages then that they have ever been. They deserve to be wiped out and not defended. Come, I will accompany you back to the ruin. Let us go and speak to the spirit, and I will force her into Witherfang's form. He may then be slain and the heart taken.
Oh, that makes sense, Colgrim. That's why the whole Blight takes a year. Because everywhere else we knock out in a couple days, right? But then we get to the Dalish clan and we spend 9 months in the forest convincing each clan one by one to join us.
Why? You claim they have regained their minds, but they are still savage beasts. Their nature is unchanged. All they want is revenge, or a release that I will not give them. No, let us take the heart and end it.
I don't know. I mean, do you still have that much hatred after all this time?
You were not there. You did not see what they did to my son, to my daughter, and so many others. You are not Dalish. How can you know how we had to struggle to be safe? How could I have let their crimes go unanswered?
But that was like how many centuries ago?
I remember them as if it were yesterday. Even if they are more than animals now, they desire nothing but revenge. They will never let my clan be.
Alright, fine, let's go meet with them.
And what if it is revenge they want, and not talk? Will you safeguard me from harm?
Yes.
I fail to see the purpose behind this, but very well. It has been many centuries now. Let us see what the spirit has to say. So here you are, spirit.
She is the lady of the forest. You will address her properly.
You've taken a name, spirit? And you've given names to your pets? These beasts who follow you?
It was they who gave me a name, Zathrian. And the names they take are their own. They follow me because I help them to find who they are.
Who they are has not changed from whom their ancestors were. Wild savages, worthless dogs. Their twisted shape only mirrors their monstrous hearts.
He will not help us, lady. It is as I warned you. He is not here to talk.
No, I am here to talk, though I see little point in it. We all know where this will lead. Your nature compels it, as does mine.
It does not have to be that way. There is room in your heart for compassion, Zathrian. Surely your retribution is spent.
My retribution is eternal, spirit. As is my pain. This is justice, no more.
Are you certain your pain is the only reason you will not end this curse? Have you told the mortal how it was created?
No.
And so he did. Witherfang and I are bound as one being. But such powerful magic could not be accomplished without Zathrian's own blood. Your people believe you have rediscovered the immortality of their ancestors, Zathrian, but that is not true. The curse exists, so do you.
No! That is not how it is!
I mean, that's just... Considering what we know about how the ancient elves lived long, So how far are you willing to go for revenge, Zathrian?
I did it for my people. I did it for my son and my daughter. For them, for justice, I would do anything.
The curse would not end with Zathrian's death. His life, however, relies on its existence. And I believe his death plays a part in its ending.
Then we kill him! We tear him apart now!
For all your powers of speech, you are beasts still. What would you gain from killing me? Only I know how the ritual ends, and I will never do it.
Ha! You see? We must kill them all!
See? They turn on you as quickly. Do what you have come here to do, Grey Warden, or get out of my way.
I almost don't want to go through all these cutscenes again, because there was no save, did you know? And we can't save in mid-cutscene. Alright, whatever. Let's fight him.
Then you die with them. All of you will suffer as you deserve.
As you wish.
Oh, gotcha. Well, then we're locked in anyway, so whatever, I suppose. No. think I'm killing that werewolf, and I kind of don't care. No, I don't think that's bad quest design. Hammered it.
No, no more.
Our path of destruction.
I cannot defeat you.
Finish it. Kill him now.
Aye, Duster deserves worse than this. Start with his toes and work your way up.
Oh, somebody please kill somebody.
No, Swift Runner. We will not kill him. If there is no room in our hearts for mercy, how may we expect there to be room in his?
I cannot do as you ask, Spirit. I am too old to know mercy. All I see are the faces of my children, my people. I cannot do it.
Of all the things I don't like about this arc, I do like what they do with Zathrian. Zathrian is kind of your completely typical stuck, stagnant elf, right? But the thing I like about that is he portrays it very well. He feels like he's just spinning his wheels, and as he says, and again, the actor sells it, he cannot move on. He just does not have it in himself to be able to progress. So he's just stuck in that moment. Cisco and his family, an emissary, he's just, why do you exist here?
Perhaps I have lived too long. This hatred in me is like an ancient, gnarled root. It has consumed my soul. What of you, Spirit? You are bound to the curse just as I am. Do you not fear your end?
You are my maker, Zathrian. You gave me form and consciousness where none existed. I have known pain and love, hope and fear, all the joy that is life. Yet of all things I desire nothing more than an end. I beg you, Maker, put an end to me. We beg you, show mercy.
They mention a couple of centuries, Colgrim, but I don't know specifically.
You shame me, Spirit. I am an old man, alive long past his time.
Then you will do it? You will end the curse?
Yes, I think it is time. Let us put an end to it all.
And they have clothes. Oh, thank God. We don't have the Asterian problem.
It's over. She's gone, and we're human. I can scarcely believe it.
To answer you, Savacom, the evil option here, I forget the exact routing of it, but it involves siding with the werewolves and going and butchering the elves. It's not like the elves are exactly good people, but we do still hunt down a camp full of elves, most of whom are, well, teenagers, is how I want to phrase that. Oh yeah, there's the other evil option, too. That's actually a valid point. We can also butcher the werewolves. which is aka these people, the guys we just cured. So yeah, there's actually 2 evil options and 1 good one. You what are you gonna do now?
We'll leave the forest, I suppose. Find other humans, see what's out there for us. It should be quite interesting, don't you think? Thank you. We'll never forget you.
Okay, so back to me for a second here. Yeah, welcome back to culture and civilization. It's probably a little different than you remember, just as a heads up. Oh yeah, watch out for the blight. I guess FYI on that one. Yeah, don't go south. No, don't go south. Yeah, don't go west. Honestly, you might not want to go east, if we're being completely honest. North, for a bit. You know, that might work out. Yeah, I know, right, Lord Hermit. Look, just go up. Just somehow fly directly into the sky. Just straight up. Why not west or east? Well, so we're over here, right? And you see this giant brackish stain, this ink blot on the map? That's the Darkspawn Horde. If you'll notice, yeah, you can. It's right there. See, you can see what I'm mousing over. So you can see, for example, Lothering right there. Or you can see the Brazilian outskirts. So, so you see Lothering over here? That thing that's got a giant skull over it? That's west. And yeah, the more quest flags we get, which is our timer, the more that grows.
This should be easy enough.
Yeah, head to the free marches. That might work out for you. Yeah, west is Orlais across the Frostback. Really? You're gonna... Okay. Well, I hope you enjoy dying, because you're about to experience that firsthand. Have you ever wondered what it feels like to be burned alive? Fear not! The Grey Wardens have got your back. Yeah, let me set you on fire while you're on fire. Cool. That's a random encounter, as opposed to some of the other stuff.
The essence of the wolf's heart has banished all traces of cursed blood from the hunters. It is too bad that Zathrian had to die. I felt it when he departed. I think he was ready to go.
Look, a bunch of bandits just attacked me in the middle of the woods that's currently being infested by Darkspawn. Of course I killed them, Savacom. That was clearly attempted suicide. They're like, please, please kill me now. And I'm like, okay, God. It's like when you're playing WoW, and you're running along, and you're just running along. You're not doing anything. And a mob aggroes you, and it's like, wait, come back and kill me, please. And it's like, ugh. Okay. Okay.
It will be difficult to fill Zathrian's shoes. He was our keeper for many centuries, and he will be sorely missed. But I am keeper now. Let me say it officially then. I hereby swear to uphold the terms of the ancient contract our people formed with the Grey Wardens. Call, and we shall come, with great speed and purpose, and we shall strike at your foes. This I swear.
Thanks.
It has been a long time since the Dalish marched to war, but I trust that in the end, we shall make a difference for you.
I'm sure glad the entire Dalish army is going to be joining me. That's really going to help out a lot.
We are working hard to make enough equipment for all of the hunters. Our armaments will be superior to anything else you find on the battlefield.
So, two things. First, I have absolutely no doubt that the original writers of Dragon Age Origins, who don't work there anymore, did not have a plan for the upcoming Blights. Second of all, I don't think any of the current existing writers at BioWare have any plans for the upcoming Blights. Third of all, I do think killing the Archdemons would kill the Blights, although that might get into technicality range. As I said before, the Darkspawn are going to be a problem. It's just, you know, whether or not we'll ever be able to organize and coordinate enough to actually do anything about them large scale. Hey, I found you some iron bark.
Truly? Let me see. Yes, that is indeed iron bark, and a substantial quantity of it as well. Well done. An agreement is an agreement, and I will craft something from this wood for you. What would you like? A bow? Or perhaps a breastplate?
I mean, we all know Solus is a veritable font of completely true and not at all obscured information, Lord Hermit. Bow, please.
Manuvinin, I will craft it myself. Watch if you prefer. It will not take long.
Hang on. That's a good point. Will Dragon Age 4 come out today?
And I've reformed
Nope.
the wood to my will. A Dalish longbow for you. May it serve you well.
Thank you. And where is it you?
You have returned. Is there any chance you have news of Delilah?
Yes.
No offense, but you have nothing of hers. No proof that you bring word. Delilah would have given you something.
Right. Okay.
Sit honest, stranger.
Yep, okay. So, and then he reunites with his wife, who has been cured of the curse, and they live happily ever after. The end. Alright, cool. So, that's actually it for the Brazilian Forest. She's fine, Gum Gum. She's fine. We healed her. Actually, Win healed her, because she's our healer. It's cool. It's cool. Everything's cool. Alright, so, Shale, get out of my party.
Crap.
Indeed.
Damn it. Whatever. Is the game holding up as well as I expected? That's an interesting question. I'm not sure. We'll see. I know that sounds like a complete cop-out, but that's kind of where I'm at right now. We'll see. As was pointed out earlier, technically right now it's net negative in gameplay, but I don't think it's going to end up net negative in gameplay. You're right, Colgrim, and I do that unapologetically. That is the intent and design of the system we have built. Let's sort out our inventory really quick. Actually, do we have anything worth holding on to? Oh, we do have the Juggernaut gear. Yeah, no Bioware tinted glasses. I'm here to review things. Yeah, don't forget. So we've got Awakening coming up, and that will probably be a net positive. But we also have Golems of Amgarok, which is absolutely going to be a net negative. Yes, Gum Gum. And would you believe I've actually read one of those? It was terrible. We also need to review Witch Hunt, which I don't know where Witch Hunt's going to land. But all that's going to be part of the same score, so we've got a minute. We'll probably finish it up sometime Sunday, if I manage even remotely a decent pace.
Working hard to make enough equipment for.
So we'll see.
I am no.
We'll see. Let's get rid of all this crap. I think we could officially start being picky at about your 5 range. Yeah, witch hunt. We'll see. We'll see. One of my favorite negative comments on YouTube was someone who argued that I should absolutely do things such as take nostalgia into account when it comes to reviewing a game. No. That's a good question. Here's a challenge for you. Why should we take into account nostalgia? Oh yeah, notice the blight is now noticeably larger. So, you know, that's cool. Let's start Denerim. Yeah.
I have been studying Mother's grimoire. Do you wish to hear what I have found?
Let's do it.
'Tis not what I expected. I had hoped for a collection of her spells, a map of the power that she commands. But this is not it.
Wonderful argument, Loner. I love it. I mean, I suppose you could argue that, Lord Hermit, but I would disagree that that's nostalgia at that point. That's just doing something well. You know? Because you're right. If something does something well, then it gets a positive, and it does something badly, it gets a negative. I've also heard people argue a lot more, and in fact, even my brother-in-law agrees with this idea, which, to be clear, I very firmly do not, that we should take into account when a game was released when reviewing it, which, in the interest of fairness, I have thought about, and I have come up with a system to do it, and I'm never doing that. And there's 2 reasons for that. First of all, my core philosophy on the matter is that a good game is a good game, regardless of when it came out. Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past is one of my favorite examples of that, because it was one of the earliest SNES games. Came out in early 90s. That's a 30-something odd old game. It is still, now, a very good game. Whether or not it came out a bajillion years ago or not. And that's true for games now, and it's true for games then. Good games are good games. Period. This is also something I've observed in television and in movies. There are good films and shows from the 60s and the aughts and the nows. Doesn't matter. But the second reason that I will never do that is because it would render the review system completely invalid. Invalid's the wrong word. Useless. Pointless. Worthless. A review system can only exist, the review system we've built can only exist within its own vacuum, within comparison to the other games we've reviewed, right? A 40 on the golden number is meaningless if that's the only game we've ever reviewed. So if we review a game, for example, within the year that it came out, you know, if we just do 2009 games, then that's not really useful information in my opinion, because we can only ever compare its score against games from 2009. Also, while we're on the subject, I didn't play all these games when they came out. I played a decent number of them, but not all of them. Plenty of these games I've been playing for the very first time, whether they came out today or yesterday or 1,000 years ago. Doesn't matter. So, I kind of can't walk into it with the perspective of then, you know, in some cases. Also, if I might be so bold, I don't think that would really change the review system all that much in general. Maybe a couple of differences for things like visual design, you know, hardware stuff, but if you're paying attention, we already do that. I don't ding a PS1 game's graphics because it looks like a PS1 game, right? Like, I've never done that. I don't ding a Game Boy game because it has limitations on its save system. I don't ding a game on the PS2 because it doesn't have autosaves, because they just didn't have the hardware capacity for that, right? So, yeah. I'm not sure anything would even change, even if we were to just go ahead and acquiesce to such a request. Moving on. What's the problem, Morrigan?
Disturbed? Yes, perhaps that is the right word. One thing in particular within her writings disturbs me. Here, in great detail, Flemeth explains the means by which she has survived for centuries.
It's called a retcon.
Oh, if only 'twere so. Flemeth has raised many daughters over her long lifetime. There are stories of these many witches of the wilds throughout chastened legend, yet I have never seen a one, and always wondered why not. And now I know. They are all Flemeth. When her body becomes old and wizened, she raises a daughter, and when the time is right, she takes her daughter's body for her own.
Well, what are you going to do about that?
There is only one possible response to this. Flemeth needs to die. I will not sit about like an empty sack waiting to be filled. Flemeth must be slain, and I need your help to do it.
Want me to kill your mother for you?
It may seem so. If you think of Flemeth as a mother, think of her instead as an ancient abomination that intends to use her own flesh and blood to extend her life beyond all natural limits. She did not wish anyone to get a hold of this information, least of all me. Now I have. If I do not act on what I know, then more the fool am I.
By the way, and this is especially fresh in my mind because of Baldur's Gate 3, but you notice how similar this sounds to hags. And considering we know Flemeth was one of the retcon things when Dragon Age 2 and Inquisition rolled around, it actually makes perfect sense that that the original idea for Flemeth was a lot more basic than what we ended up getting, and she was probably just a hag. Or rather, their take on the hag concept. So, I got you.
Then what needs to be done is for you to go back to Flemeth's hut in the Kakari Wilds without me. If I am present when she is slain, I cannot be certain that she will not be able to possess my body right then, so I must remain at the camp. Confront her and slay her quickly. I doubt she will truly be dead even then, but it will take her years to find a new host and recover her power, if that is even possible. The thing I must have is her true grimoire. With it, I can defend against her power in the future. Everything else in her hut is yours.
That's not even basically Sorora. I actually was looking into that when I was researching Baldur's Gate 3, when we were doing that run. And yeah, BioWare and Obsidian both really wanted to do Baldur's Gate 3, and instead we got Pillars of Eternity 1 and Dragon Age out of it. So, cool. Let's do it!
I am grateful. The sooner this can be done, the sooner it will set my mind at ease.
So, also, I had not heard that the Simpsons showrunner disagrees with the Simpsons Golden Age, although that would explain a lot about why the current era of Simpsons sucks, and has for a long time.
I've watched a lot of humans in my time. It should be aware that I've decided that it is not much like any of them.
That could be good or bad.
Good, of course. It doesn't want to have anything in common with all those other filthy substandard human types, does it? Surely it must come from some superior lineage, yes? Some breed of flesh creature that has decided to elevate its genetic stock above its natural shortcomings?
Yeah, it's called a mage.
Oh, then that must be it. I knew there had to be some reason, it being a human and all. I would appreciate if it didn't spread around that I said anything. Humans might start to get the wrong idea. They might start thinking their race is not completely hopeless.
We wouldn't want that.
Indeed. Can it imagine the horror? Now, let us crush something into a fine paste before it starts to think I've gone all soft. Perish the thought.
I assume you mean Contra, right, Gum Gum? I haven't played Contra in a while, although we will be reviewing it for the Nest block, so we'll see what I think of it then. What are you doing? But you're just gonna mess up the campsite while you... Okay.
What say you?
So, can you teach me to be an assassin?
I could teach others, but not yourself. First, I would need someone who has training as a rogue. That is, unless you would care to spend the years it takes to gain the fundamentals. But if there should be such a person who desires this training, yes, by all means, send them to me. The crows are already furious, no? I shall enjoy tweaking their nose further.
Didn't you just say... Okay, whatever.
Something on your mind?
Have sex with me.
Of course.
No, I didn't. Ah! Hey, Evo. Why have you remained a Templar if you hate the Chantry?
Have you seen the uniform? It's not only stylish, but well made. I'm a sucker for good tailoring.
I thought they wore plaid.
Oh, you aren't kidding. I think the Templar uniforms are as colorful as they are just so the Templars didn't feel dull in comparison. Last thing you want when you're about to take down some Maleficar out in the woods is to have him point and laugh at your taste in clothing, am I right?
Honestly, it feels like that might happen anyway.
Oh, ow, ow. Stab wounds to the pride are the worst. You don't really want to know about my being a Templar, do you? It's really quite boring.
I would like to know, yes.
Poke, poke, poke. Tell me everything about your life, Alistair. All right, if you insist. It's not like we have anything better to do, right? The truth of the matter is that I did hate going to the monastery. The initiates from poor families thought I put on airs, while the noble ones called me a bastard and ignored me. I felt like Al Eamon had cast me off, unwanted, and I was determined to be bitter. But I took some solace in the training itself, I guess. I was actually quite good at it.
I think the voice actor helps, Gum Gum. Alistair's voice actor hasn't been in much, but he really does a good job with the little details, the little nuances with Alistair. Which is funny, because like every other time I've heard him, he plays a villain.
The education, mostly, but also the discipline. You need to have a disciplined mind in order to use the abilities we have. It was difficult, but rewarding. I never really felt at home anywhere, though, until I joined the Grey Wardens. And Duncan felt my Templar abilities might be useful for when we encountered Darkspawn magic, so I kept it up. What about you? Do you have anywhere you consider home?
No.
We won't always be traveling like this, you know. Once the war is over, once the Blight is... well, a time will come when we'll have to think about having a real home again. Though that seems like a far ways off. And I suppose the Grey Wardens are gone for good. Either way.
That's... You realize there's tons of Grey Wardens who do not exist in this country, right?
I suppose you're right. We can create new Grey Wardens, but we'll never get back those we lost. I wonder if it would ever feel the same. Anyhow, now I've sidetracked us. We'd better get back to what we're supposed to be doing right now.
Yep, which is bringing you to the city we're about to go. I'm gonna get away from that stupid nug, Liliana. The wedding is off. Thank you, Krenzler. Oh my god. Give me a moment here, Krenzler. I will jot that down. I hate that nug. I hate that nug. Tales of Berseria, Alpha Centauri, and Breath of Fire. Thank you, Krenzler, as always. It's okay, Liliana really likes him. Also, I think we might have screwed up in a rather common bug. Yep, our rep with Liliana is completely maxed. So, hang on. We're going to save for no reason. And we're going to wander over here and talk to Bowden.
Anything I can do for you, please, please. I'm sure.
I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that because I didn't mean to have that on my inventory. I'm going to buy... Where is it? The butterfly sword. While we're here. But we're also going to buy something that I don't see for some reason. Oh, there it is. A lump of charcoal. One should do. We can give it an onion, too. We'll just be happy with that. Okay, and then we'll go over here, and we're going to be like, hey! Where the hell are you? Sten! I got you a gift. Here you go.
Do you expect me to carry this for you?
Yes. Quite literally. Put on the sword. There is Sten's new butterfly sword. It doesn't look fancy right now, but trust me, it's going to be awesome. Alright, so now let's go over to Liliana. Alright, and Liliana, I'm sorry about this, but I need you to like me a little less.
Oh, how dear of you. Thank you so much.
That's interesting. But, okay, cool. So this is what his butterfly sword looks like. I told you it'd be worth it. He's going to keep using that.
I was just thinking about what happened to the elves, and I'm reminded of a
Oh,
song
hey.
sung to me many years ago. It was when my mother died, and this wise elven woman comforted me and told me that we shouldn't fear death or hate it. Death is just another beginning. One day, we must all shed our earthly bodies to allow our spirits to fly free. It's a beautiful sentiment, I think. One that brings peace and hope to the grieving.
Oh, thank God the squeaking stopped. So, the Dragon Age theme. Sorry, I'm trying to look up something, and it's kind of irritating how difficult this is to find. Obviously, Einon Zur did the music. You should recognize him. If you don't worry about it. But that was Aubrey Ashburn who did the singing just now. Ow. That hurt. There is no way to kill the Nug that I'm aware of. Yeah, Dragon Age Inquisition has a similar scene to that, which is better executed. But, I mean, it doesn't have the butterfly sword, so I don't think it really counts in the same category. So, Ogren, what do you think about that beautiful song?
Come to talk to old Ogren, have you? Don't know why.
What's wrong?
Nothing. I'm fine. Just, I got a hornet in my eye is all.
Ow!
Want to talk about something?
Ow!
What about?
Are you sure you're fine with what happened with Bronca?
Oh, sure. I'm fine with it. I mean, she was a real firebrand between the sheets, but a bit soft in the skull, you know what I mean? Explains why she left, anyway.
I imagine she wasn't that crazy when she left.
Oh, you don't know her. She was cracked like a glass floor. Before she was a paragon, I mean. After that, she really fell apart. I mean, she leaves me and flits about with that water-dart Hespith. What's she got that I don't? Just the thought of the two of them together, kissing and licking and intertwined on the floor of the deep roads.
Ogren.
I'm just gonna go back to the tent for a moment. Excuse me.
Ogren. Okay. I mean, Steve Blum is a good actor. He always has been. I get some flack for saying that periodically, but I don't care. It was pretty bad, Evo. It was worse than I remembered. It's actually the most net negative of the MSQs we've done so far.
We are better with every step you take.
Cool.
Have you encountered many abominations, apart from the ones in the Circle Tower?
No, why?
The first time I saw an abomination, my blood turned to ice. It was months before the nightmares stopped. It was the knowledge that I could easily become one of them that frightened me the most.
Win? I've got extremely bad news.
Every mage is vulnerable, no matter how accomplished or powerful. That is the first thing we learn, and overconfidence can lead to recklessness. One slip. All it takes is one slip, and everything you are is simply gone. Replaced by madness. And there is no turning back, or at least that's what they say.
You have doubts?
Of late, I have begun to wonder if there is any way an abomination can be cured. Or if a mage could be so possessed and still retain their sanity, their humanity.
Nah, that's completely impossible.
Yes, it is madness and cruelty that define abominations. If those are lacking, if the mage remembers the person they truly are, then they are not an abomination. I never saw that. Thank you for showing me another way of looking at it.
You're welcome, I think. Anyways, Liliana.
The stars are out.
So, go help Alistair make supper. What the crap is with that dialogue option?
It comforts me to know that the stars will remain untouched by the blight. That whatever happens down here, they will shine eternally. Their light undimmed. There is a story about that cluster of stars over there. Do you know it? Elindra and her soldier?
You know my favorite story about stars? Even stars die, Anakin.
A long time ago, there lived a fair maiden called Elindra. She had many suitors, but spurned them all, for she did not love them. One day, Elindra was sitting by her window in her father's castle, singing and dreaming, when her lovely voice caught the attention of a young soldier. Entranced by her song, the soldier drew near to Elindra's window. As their eyes met, he fell in love with her, and she with him. When Elindra told her father about the man she had chosen, he was furious, for Elindra was high-born, but her love nothing more than a common soldier. To keep them apart, he had Elindra imprisoned in the highest tower of his castle, and sent her soldier to the wars. Alas, not a month had passed before news of the soldier's death reached Elindra. Alone in her tower, Elindra wept for her love, and beseeched the gods to deliver her from this cruel world. So earnest was her plea that the gods themselves were moved. They gathered Elindra into their arms and lifted her high into the heavens, where she became a star. The gods also raised up the soul of Elindra's soldier love, and there he dwells, across the horizon from her. The band of stars between them is a river of Elindra's tears, cried for her lost love. They say that when Elindra has cried enough, she will be able to cross the river to be reunited with her soldier.
Those gods are dicks. Excuse me for being redundant. Also, like, what the crap? Like, that's just really messed up. I mean, I know it's a myth, but come on. Why do stories always end so badly?
This story is one of my favorites. A tale of a love so great and so enduring that it defies death and moves the gods to action.
But
sometimes I ask myself, does such a love exist? Can it exist?
But I mean, yes, it can.
I never expected you to say that. It is a pleasant surprise.
Yeah, I remember liking the Jedi Academy as a kid, Sorora, and then I reread it when I was doing a full read-through of the EU, and oh, my opinion on, I guess that's Kevin J. Anderson, just has plummeted ever since. And it's actually gone further down as I've learned more about narrative and started writing my own stuff, and it's just like, wow. Anyways, why is that a surprise, Liliana?
I have to say there is a certain severity to you. Finding a
I'm a Grey Warden in the middle of a blight.
You should let your softer side show more often. Sometimes following your heart, not your head, leads you to remarkable places.
That's... I love how the most colorful thing in this entire game is the sword we have just given Sten. Look, I'm trying, Savicom. The game won't let me. Actually, no. We should probably talk to her again, because the reason I lowered my rep with her is so I could get her next quest. So, I don't remember the exact specifics of it, but I do think that Tiny Hippo is awesome. Thank you very, very much. As always, appreciate. If you want to put that towards things, let me know. Otherwise, thank you, Tiny Hippo. I forget the exact specifics, but if her rep is at a certain level, she will not trigger one of the quests in her chain. And therefore, you can never continue her quest arc because you can never get that one quest.
I'm here for you.
So there's another reason for the, the lower things.
Of course.
We need to talk about us.
Wait, you want to talk about us? Is there something bothering you?
Yes. You are awesome.
Really? You think so? You're so sweet.
You're welcome, but that's not what I was going for. Looks like we can't get her quest yet either. So. I might have to go below 90. I don't know. I'll have to look it up. Let's go kill Morrigan's mother. I'm going to bring... Like, that's actually a hard fight, yes, so we're going to bring a real party for that.
Indeed.
Go directly through the blights. Just the blight.
Peasant creatures!
Oh my god. Yeah, this is the third, fourth hardest optional fight in this game. I guess that's heavily debatable. Because there's the Circopian fight, there's the Jackass fight, whose name I don't remember, the Lich. The Baldur's Gate reference fight. There's the High Dragon fight, which... Oh, we're dead. And Cothrian loader. But yeah, the Revenants would... Whoa! What the hell happened there? Why are we still fighting? Why are there still things... Yeah, we haven't leveled them, and then we got a random encounter, so... That's where we are now. No, switch to Liliana. Switch to Liliana. There we go. You know, you say that, Colgrim. I'm not sure I believe you.
Now we're going to bed.
I need to double check our equipment too while we're on the subject.
We must have victory.
Oh, I hated that fight in Baldur's Gate 2. I've only ever fought it once, and I will probably never fight it again. Okay, so, moving on. Yeah, Kangax or Kang. It's a rejiggering of the letters.
Now I'm all lightheaded.
Okay, so let's level you up a little bit here. Jesus. Actually, let's not do that. Hey, Justin. Yeah, I feel ya. Feel ya on that one. Various reasons and various ways. Oh my gosh. How's the sound goes? 26 dexterity. See, I knew there was something. Let's start raising dexterity. I'll go down to you. You need to start dexterity. Go ahead, push that up. And I want you to have scatter shot. Let's go ahead and reset you here. Leave you as is. Reset you. There we go. Cool. What do I need? Why would I want lockpicking on Liliana? That's crazy. Then I would get more loot, Colgrim. I must do everything in my power to prevent the loot side of the Force. Oh, hey, it's me. I have already dumped all my points into coercion, so yay on that one. Right, let's get the all-important combat magic. Whether it's active or not, we can now wear armor. So, about that Juggernaut armor. Unfortunately, we don't have the actual Juggernaut armor itself, but, you know, this'll do, I think. I think this is an acceptable setup. There we go. There we go. Really, Sarura? Oh my gosh. Alright, let's do this. Leroy! Actually, it only does that if it's active, Evo, and I will never turn it on. Well, I mean, for this setup, I'll never turn it on. Because, I did it for the armor, not for the melee. No, win! No! I don't remember how to do that, Von Falkenstein. No!
I fell.
Really? You're very observant.
For a moment there, I thought it was all over.
You thought what was over?
Everything. I will explain everything when we are back at camp. Now is not the time.
Cool. That's wondrous. Well, hang on. We gotta go kill an optional boss first. No, you can see right there. No penalty to our mana pool. Now, it does... okay, so it makes the spells cost more. That's what it does. So apparently, I am dumb. Still gonna wear armor. Like it's just way too useful to wear armor. Although, speaking of which, Alistair, I need you to put these on. I meant to give you those earlier. And, I guess we're gonna actually sit with that for the moment. Where's... Why do you not have a real bow on? Why is that bow so much better than the quest bow I just... Oh my god, whatever. Fine. Have a quest bow. See if I care. I need to do the frickin' dragon quest for her. Lol. Direct-D. Downloadable content. Okay, that's extremely unuseful or helpful. Player profile, maybe? Nope, that doesn't help anything. Okay, other campaigns, obviously. Nope, that doesn't help anything. Oh, whatever, I give up. I give up on this game. It's too much. Okay, fine, fine. One more try, one more try. As always, it amuses me when people disagree on what the hardest of the optional fights is. Because, and I don't mean that as a dig, everybody disagrees with that. In every RPG, there's always a variance of opinion. And not just RPGs, like in Dark Souls. Who's the hardest fight in Dark Souls 3? You ask 5 people, you're going to get like 3 answers for that, right? Personally, the hardest fight in this game, to date, on Nightmare difficulty, was the Circothrian fight. That is still the hardest fight I've ever done here. But that's my opinion. Doesn't make me right. Some people think Gangax is harder. Some people think the High Dragonhide fight is harder. Some people think that this fight is harder. But of course, we're all wrong because it's actually the final fight of Golems of Amgarak, which can go directly to hell.
And so you return. Lovely Morrigan has at last found someone willing to dance to her tune. Such enchanting music she plays, wouldn't you say?
We know your little secret.
Which one, I wonder? What has Morrigan told you? What little plan has she hatched this time?
Janeway, Justin.
That she does. The question is, do you? Ah, but it is an old, old story. One that Flemeth has heard before, and even told. Let us skip right to the ending, shall we? Do you slay the old wretch as Morrigan bids, or does the tale take a different turn?
I need Morrigan.
Choice. There is power in choices, as there is in lies. I shall give you one of each. Morrigan wishes my grimoire? Take it as a trophy. Tell her I am slain.
And what happens to you?
I go. Perhaps I surprise Morrigan one day. Or I may simply watch. It would be interesting to see what she does with her freedom. Enlightening, even. Would you give an old woman that?
Right. No. I want the fight.
Shame. What will it be, then?
I just said that.
It is a dance poor Flemeth knows well. Let us see if she remembers the steps. Come. She will earn what she takes. I'd have it no other way.
Look up. Okay, so, yeah, Yeah, she's a shapeshifter. So, you know, that's cool. Let's get rid of that. Now we're gonna get the hell away from the group. Over here, over here, over here. Alistair, I really need you to get in melee of that thing. There we go. Oh, yeah. Right in the face. Right in the face. Alistair, I also need you to hold aggro. Could you do that for me, buddy? Could you hold aggro for me, buddy? Okay, now let's start getting our storms going.
Okay, done with you now.
I'm gonna punch that Morrigan in the face. Okay, so Alistair's dead. He was our tank in heavy armor. So we're doing fine. We're doing great. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Oh god, everything's fine. This reminded me of that fight we did just last night. Oh god, oh god. Everything's fine. No, I leveled him. He's fine. He's fine. He's leveled. He's leveled. He's fine. Everything's fine. Pop a potion. Gonna pop another potion. Gonna get some more latent damage going down here. Just kind of lay that there so she's always taking some deeps. Just gonna keep... we're dead. Okay, switching over to Liliana. We got this. We got this. Spread out. Don't stand right next to each other like morons.
Watch out!
Okay. Flemeth is definitely dead and won't be in the next 2 games. Whew. I actually didn't think I had that, to be completely blunt. Alistair going down was just kind of a...
Let's get started.
Hey, the Robes of Possession, which Morrigan can wield. Maybe don't, you know? I have not, Evo, but she is my one true love, after all, and I cannot lie to my one true love.
As you wish.
What I did, Justin, was I just took the box. Sorry for the delay in answering your question. You know, the box that you can then turn into the 3 options. And I just have that sitting in my inventory. That way I've just got the option for whenever I decide to build my next ship. Probably a mage ship that's really popular right now. Like, there's a lot of mage ships going around right now. Okay, so that was fun. Moving on.
I think I owe you an explanation for what happened earlier.
Yeah, are you okay? Like, I know we had, you know, a bit of a time last night, and we're up to 3 in the morning because, oh my god, that thing you do with your tongue. But I'm still worried. Do we need to pull back a bit? Like, I know every night might be a bit much for someone of your age, but...
You should know that something happened to me at the tower.
Oh, there's another...
Remember my apprentice, Petra? She encountered a demon in the tower. It would have killed her had I not intervened. I saved her life that day, but I did not survive that encounter with the demon.
If it makes you feel any better, I'd have sex with Kreia before this woman. That's not true, but Kreia's voice actress.
Let me explain fully. I engaged a very powerful demon to rescue Petra. It sapped me of all my energy and will and left me drained. It took everything I had to defeat it. And when I was done, I no longer had the strength to keep my heart beating. I remember my life ebbing away. Everything receded from me. Sound, light. I remember being enveloped in complete, impenetrable darkness. And then I sensed a presence enfolding me and cradling me, whispering quietly to me. The sensation is impossible to describe. I was being held back, firmly but gently, as a mother would a child, eager to slip from her grasp. I felt life and warmth flowing through my veins again. I began to be aware of small sounds and the discomfort of my hip pressing into the cold stone of the tower floor.
I see.
The Fade contained spirits both benevolent and malicious. The benevolent spirits seldom make themselves known, because they want nothing from mortals, unlike the demons. It was one of these spirits that saved me. Without it, I would be dead. And it has not left me. It is with me, even now, bonded to me. You see, I am supposed to be dead. It is the spirit that is keeping me in this world. And this is not the way of things. Perhaps the spirit did not expect this, but it is weakening gradually. I am living on borrowed time.
Yeah, about 5 or 6 years, give or take.
Yes, that we will.
Butterfly sword. Why is there a giant cheese wheel? Morrigan, what is that on your head?
I await your command.
Anyways, I got you something.
We are in camp, so 'tis as good a time as any.
Okay, no,
I await
seriously.
your command.
I got your...
So, full of questions, are you?
I got Flemeth.
Now I have time to find some way to prevent Flemeth from stealing my body in the future, even without her grimoire. For she will be back. One day, I have no doubt of that.
She will be in Dragon Age 2.
One day, I will
5 minutes.
put her down again in whatever body she inhabits, and she will die again and again if need be. But there is no need to think of such things now. I have you to thank for saving me, so let us return to the task of dealing with the Darkspawn, no? Let us go. There is much to be done before... There is still much to be done.
Right. Gotcha something. Oh, right. Gotta do this. There it is.
Mother's real grimoire, is it? I am glad you were able to find it after all. My thanks for retrieving it. I shall begin studying it immediately and unlock the power that it holds.
You're welcome. Hey, Liliana.
I'm here for you.
Can we start your quest yet, please?
Of course.
No, I really want to... Never mind. Well, we have to bring Alistair for the next section. We need to bring Liliana. So I guess that's our party. This is like that. We're just kind of locked in on that. To Denerim. Because it won't shut up, Evo. If it would shut its gob, then it would get to live. But as is... I have not, Justin, and probably will not anytime soon. Oh no! We're dead! Oh, it's one emissary. It's just too much for us. We can't beat the Darkspawn conventionally. You don't understand. If only! If only!
Peasant creatures!
Oh, thank God. 11th hour superpower. Woo! Starting to get worried there for a second. Game! Damn it. Target the guy.
As you wish.
Okay, that's cool. So anyways, we got a new power there. So that's cool. I like new powers. Oh God, playing with a controller. If there's one thing that would make me hate this game, it would be that. No offense to anybody who plays with a controller, but oh, that sounds awful. Like, Baldur's Gate 3 had decent controller support, and that I put that down in like 2 minutes. Why do you exist? Oh god. See, that's what I thought, Ice Frost. That means I actually need to lower it even more. Now look, see, see, mouse. As I said, no judgment. If you like a controller, I am legitimately happy for you, and the fact that the game has controller support. I'm not into that.
That was interesting. And draining.
So, what did you just do?
I called forth the spirit that sustains me, so that it could lend us aid. I did not realize it would take this much out of me. It seemed a good idea at the time, if a little rash. I think it may have weakened the spirit a little.
So, don't kill yourself, Win. Also, are you still good for tonight? Because, like, it's been a long day.
Anyway, I feel quite all right now. And it seems that my little trick could be useful in a pinch.
You know best.
I promise I'll be careful.
Especially that thing with your tongue.
Thank you. Your concern is touching.
No. There's still like signs of life, Dr. Winter. So you know, even if technically she's dead, functionally she's alive. So it works out. It's cool. It's cool. Vessel of the Spirit. Disorients nearby enemies with the release of energy, restoring some health and mana and earning bonuses to spell power and mana regen. However, once deactivated, she's stunned and suffers penalties of movement, attack, and defense. Look, I'm going to have sex with Win. You can't stop me! The game can, but you can't. I mean, imagine if she had Krea's voice actress. Holy crap. That would be endgame right there.
I'm here for you.
Actually, hang on. Not what I meant to hit. Liliana is at plus 90. Yeah, that's what I thought. Hang on. Hey, I got you a lump of charcoal.
Oh, how dear of you.
Oh my god. Hang on, I need to buy some more rotten onions.
Are you sure I can't interest you in this hat? I'm sure you'll be pleased.
Your terrible boots. No! Those boots suck. Let's just get her some more rotten onions. That should be plenty. And then, while we're at it, let's get her some thoughtful gifts. There we go. Oh, we do, Loke. We can see it right on the map. You see that black gluck in the bottom of the map? Like this, the stain spread? That's the blight. That's how far the darkspawn has spread right now. No, I think it's just back in the day, they didn't actually have that many romance options. Really, think about it for a second. Mass Effect 1 didn't have that many romance options either. In fact, it had 3, I want to say. Yeah, 3. The 2 humans and Liara. Well, we do have the censor, Loke. But otherwise, I suppose we don't, would be the answer to your question. So, here, have a rotten onion.
Oh, how dear of you.
One more.
So much.
Okay, so. Now that you no longer like me.
Looking for little old me?
Yes.
Yes? What's on your mind?
I've heard that on Orlais, minstrels are often spies.
Where did you hear this?
History book.
And did you not think that this could be historical fact and no longer true?
That's some interesting deflection.
Not all minstrels are spies. Most are just singers and storytellers. But some of them are what we call bards.
Okay, what's the difference?
Many use the two words minstrel and bard interchangeably, but to do so in Orlais would cause misunderstanding. Bards are minstrels and more. Spies, as you say. Some say there is a bard order, but I don't think this is true. Many bards work alone or in small groups, doing the bidding of a patron who pays for their services. If there is an organization behind it all, no one knows who they are.
What sort of services does a bard do?
What do you think? They infiltrate, steal, sometimes assassinate? It depends on the bard. In Orlais, there is much rivalry amongst the highborn. They fight over land, influence, and the favor of the Empress. But they cannot do this openly because it is impolite, and in public, they wear smiling faces and pretend to be civil. In secret, they plot and scheme to destroy each other. It is a game completely meaningless to anyone but its players.
I'm sorry, I'm amused by that sentence. They can't do these things openly. That would be impolite.
I have revealed too much, it seems. But it doesn't matter what I used to be. It is the past.
But why were you living cloistered like a cloistered sister in rural Ferelden?
I found myself in Ferelden and sheltered from bad weather in the Chantry. And when the storm passed, I just did not want to leave. I like to see the Maker brought me here.
Right. Uh-oh, we got some approval with her. We might have to give her more onions. Hang on. Hey, by the way, Evo, I can lower my approval with her by giving her onions.
Looking for little old me?
Can you teach me to be a bard?
I don't think you have the correct aptitude. I could give you some pointers, though. You may be able to pass them on to someone you know. Let's just go over there, away from the others. For safety, yes? I expect there shall be daggers flying about willy-nilly for a time. Looking for little old me? Yes? What's on your mind?
Okay. So we should be primed to get her quest. I think. It's okay, we've got more onions if we need them.
Yes.
Yes.
Horse feathers. Yes.
Oh, finally. I'm trying to get to Jenham forever. It's okay, nothing can stop us from actually questing here now.